Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The steady metronomic clack of the typewriter keys stopped. The silence that followed was not empty. It was a living thing, a pressure in the ears, a sudden coldness on the skin. In the oak-paneled study, the only light came from a green-shaded lamp on the desk, cooling over the abandoned machine and a single sheet of paper caught in its roller. The words ended in a violent smear of ink, as if the hand that wrote them had been snatched away. Outside, the rain whispered against the windows of Verity College, a private, punishing New England drizzle that had been falling for 3 days. It was the kind of silence that listens back. This is where it begins, or perhaps where it truly ended. Not with a scream, but with an interruption. A story cut off. You must understand, this isn't a tale of a detective's brilliance. It is a chronicle of a slow unraveling, a dissection of a beautiful, rotting thing. I will tell it to you plainly, as it was told to me, in fragments and confessions that smelled of old paper and dread. The case is troubling, but you can follow safely while we examine the clues together. They are all here, in the echoes of that stopped machine, in the ghost of that last unfinished word. His name was Eli, and he arrived at Verity like a ghost from another world. A scholarship boy from the flat, sun-bleached Midwest, where the horizon was a straight line and secrets were simple, shameful things. Verity was all curves and shadows, Gothic spires clawing at a perpetually gray sky, old money whispering in the rustle of wool and tweed. He felt the weight of centuries in the stone, a profound and alien intelligence. He was there to study history, but he was really there to learn how to belong. The catalyst was Gilbert Thorne. Professor Thorne did not lecture, he performed. He spoke of the ancient world not as dead facts, but as a pulsating, brutal, glorious reality just beneath the thin veneer of the present. His voice was a low, hypnotic instrument. Civilization is not a progression, he would say. The classroom dark, but for the slide projector's dust-moted beam, showing a Minoan fresco or a shattered kuros. It is a series of rooms. We have merely moved to a different one, and the doors we've closed are still there in the walls, if you know how to press the hidden panel. He spoke of the Dionysian mysteries, of the ecstatic surrender of the self to the group, of the divine madness that the ancients understood as a form of truth. To Eli, it was a revelation. To the others, it was a religion. They were Thorne's acolytes, a self-selected circle who lingered after class, who received special invitations to his off-campus residence, a crumbling Victorian manor he called the Villa. Camden was their unspoken leader, with a patrician calm and eyes, the color of a winterling. He had a way of summarizing Thorne's most radical ideas into actionable phrases, his voice never rising above a cool, persuasive murmur. The twins, Arlo and Silas, moved with a silent, symbiotic understanding, finishing each other's sentences with a look, a tilt of the head. Dallin was all nervous energy and luminous intelligence, his fingers always stained with ink or clay, his laugh a little too loud, as if trying to convince himself of his own joy. And then there was Karina. She was elegance incarnate, with a watchful, untouchable quality. Her presence was a quiet hum in the room, a scent of jasmine and cold stone. Desire and tension seemed to follow her like a shadow. Eli was drawn into their orbit by a look from Thorne, a simple, "You should join us, Mr. Shaw. Your perspective is unvarnished." It was intoxicating. They read not in the library, but in the firelit gloom of the villa's library, surrounded by Thorne's collection of dubious antiquities. A chipped Roman seal, a piece of papyrus in a glass case. A heavy, tarnished silver bowl they were told was a kylix for sacred wine. The talk was of boundaries, of the limitations of modern morality, of the need to experience history in the blood and the bone. "The ultimate historical text," Thorne murmured one night, his face half in shadow, "is the human body under duress. Its responses, fear, ecstasy, pain, are universal and timeless. To understand the past, one must, in a controlled sense, revisit those states." It was Camden who proposed the experiment. A ritual of sorts. A recreation of a mystery rite based on Thorne's research. A voluntary surrender of individual will to the group mind to touch the hem of the Dionysian. It would be an exercise in trust, in historical empathy. Dallin's eyes shone with fervent light. The twins exchanged a glance that was both excited and fearful. Karina watched Eli, as if gauging his reaction. And Eli, desperate to belong, to prove his mettle, nodded along, his heart a drum in his chest. They chose a night of the new moon. The location was an unused boathouse on the edge of the college lake, a place of rotting wood and the smell of damp earth and stagnant water. Thorne provided a single, ancient-looking artifact, a small bronze figure of a god, all elongated limbs and wild, staring eyes. It was placed in the center of a circle they drew on the dusty floor. The rules were simple. Silence. Absolute. They would shed their modern identities, their names, and exist only as a chorus. There would be a guided meditation, a shared cup of bitter wine, a physical trial, a brief, safe binding to symbolize the surrender. The air in the boathouse was thick, cold, and smelled of algae and decay. The only light came from a few shielded lanterns, casting monstrous, wavering shadows on the walls. Thorne's voice was the only sound, a hypnotic drone weaving a tapestry of ancient nights and frantic dances. Eli felt a strange dislocation, a floating sensation as the wine burned his throat. He saw Dallin's face, pale and rapt. Saw the twins' hands, almost touching. Saw Camden's expression of serene control. Saw Karina, her eyes closed, lashes dark against her cheeks. The binding was with rough hemp rope. It was supposed to be symbolic, loose. But in the flickering dark, in the collective, breath-held silence, things shifted. The ritual, the suggestion, the charged atmosphere, it became a current, and they were all conductors. A game of trust turned into a test of power. Who was guiding? Who was following? The line between volunteered surrender and forced submission blurred, dissolved. Eli remembered the sound of the rope, not untying but tightening, a sharp intake of breath that wasn't his own. The bronze god in the center seemed to leer in the low light, and then a crack, not loud, like a dry branch snapping underfoot, followed by a silence so complete it felt like a physical blow. The lanterns were turned up. The circle was broken. Clay, the quiet one, the one who had watched everything with a poet's sad eyes, was on the floor. His neck was at an impossible angle. His eyes were open, reflecting nothing. The rope was coiled near him, a sinister snake. There was no scream. There was a collective animal freeze. Thorne's hypnotic voice was gone, replaced by a stark, hollow command. No one speaks of this. Not ever. We were never here. The professor, the intellectual guide, was now a man covering a crime. The binding of the group was instant and absolute, forged not in shared ecstasy, but in shared guilt. They moved as one body, a single, terrified organism. They cleaned. They erased. They carried Clay's slight form into the deep, hungry woods beyond the lake. The rain, which had started again, washed away their footprints, their sins, or so they hoped. In the days that followed, the silence was different. It was no longer the listening silence of the study, but a thick, toxic fog that walked with them. Clay was reported missing. A search party combed the woods, finding nothing. The police asked polite, disinterested questions. The group, by unspoken agreement, met at the Villa d'Adoration. Thorne served them tea in fine china, his hands steady. "A tragic accident," he said, his voice regaining some of its old melody. But it was cracked now, a broken instrument. A young man unstable, drawn to the lake. "We must mourn, but we must also protect what we have. The work is too important." But the group had begun to rot from the inside. Paranoia is a solvent. It dissolves trust, then personality, then sanity. Dallin shattered first. He jumped at slamming doors, saw Clay's face in every puddle, muttered about the smell of damp earth that followed him everywhere. He accused the twins of pulling the rope tighter in one of their silent, secret games. The twins, in turn, closed ranks further, speaking in a private code of glances and half-words, their bond now a fortress against the outside world. Camden became colder, harder, his calculations turning inward, studying each of them as potential liabilities. Karina retreated into a shell of icy observation, but Eli saw her hands tremble when she lit a cigarette. And Eli, the outsider, now found himself inside the innermost circle of hell. He watched them all, documenting the decay in his mind, the typewriter in his dorm room clacking late into the night, trying to make narrative sense of the senseless. Thorne tried to hold them together with the glue of classical allusions. "We are like the survivors of a shipwreck," he told them, clinging to the same piece of wreckage. To let go is to drown. But the wreckage was sinking. Dallin, in a final, frantic act, went to the police with a garbled story about rituals and professors. He was dismissed as a grief-stricken, hysterical student. 2 days later, he was found in his bathtub, wrists opened with a shard of the very Roman pottery he had studied. The official verdict was suicide. The group knew it was a message, a sacrifice to silence. The disintegration accelerated. Silas, one of the twins, vanished from campus. A postcard arrived for Arlo from Mexico with a single cryptic line. "The sun here burns everything clean." Arlo left the next day, leaving everything behind. Camden, ever the pragmatist, secured a sudden internship overseas, a ghost in a tailored suit. Karina simply disappeared one weekend, her room emptied with a chilling efficiency. Eli was left alone with Professor Thorne. The villa felt like a tomb. The antiquities looked like what they were, dead, cold things. Thorne had aged a decade in months. "They weren't strong enough," he said, staring into the fire. "The vision was too bright for them. But you, Eli, you see, you understand the necessity." But Eli didn't understand. He only saw the wreckage. He saw Clay's neck. He saw Dallin's bathwater, pink in his mind's eye. He heard the silence after the typewriter stopped. He began to write it all down. Every detail. The smell of the boathouse, the feel of the rope, the crack, the rain. He wrote on the old typewriter in his dorm, the sound a steady confession. He was not writing to expose, but to exercise. He wrote until he reached the final, unbearable moment, the moment of the crack itself. And then, one night, he stopped. The clacking ceased. The silence pooled around him. He looked at the last sentence, the smear of ink. He heard a floorboard creak in the hall outside his door. Not a random sound. A patient, weighty creak. He did not move. He thought of Thorne's words about doors in the walls. Hidden panels. The door to his own room was thin, painted wood. He thought of Camden's cold eyes, calculating liabilities. He thought of the twins' silent communication. He thought of Karina's steady, observing gaze. He thought of Thorne, sitting in the dark villa, listening to the rain, guarding his legacy. The knock, when it came, was soft. Polite da-da. 2 gentle taps. Eli looked at the page in the typewriter. The damning evidence. He did not get up. He did not call out. He simply watched the door handle, a dull brass bulb in the weak light. It began to turn, slowly, without a sound. The door opened not with a violence, but with a slow, inevitable sweep. The figure that filled the frame was backlit by the dim hall sconce, but Eli knew the silhouette, the careful posture, the slope of the shoulders. Professor Thorne. He stepped inside and closed the door softly behind him. He wore his usual tweed jacket, but it hung loosely now, as if on a wire frame. His eyes went first to the typewriter, to the single exposed page, then to Eli. There was no anger in his face, only a profound, weary sadness. "You've been writing," Thorne said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of shared burden. Eli found his voice, a dry rustle. Someone has to remember him. Remember. Thorne moved further into the room, his gaze drifting over Eli's sparse belongings. Or indicted. He stopped by the desk, his fingers hovering near the typewriter keys but not touching them. I heard the typing stop. That silence, it was the same as in the boathouse, a decision being made. "I didn't decide anything," Eli said. "I just ran out of words." Thorne's smile was a thin, bitter cut. "No. You reached the precipice. The moment where the story either becomes a weapon or a tomb. I know. I have written that same sentence 100 times in my mind." He finally looked directly at Eli, and his eyes were hollow. "They are all gone now. The chorus has dispersed. Only the director remains, and the sole remaining audience member." "It wasn't a performance," Eli whispered, a hot anger rising in his chest. "Clay is dead. And what is death in the grand narrative?" Thorne's voice regained a ghost of its old lecturing tone, but it was cracked, broken. A transition, a plot point. His absence, it holds more meaning than his presence ever did. It is the void around which we all now orbit. Tiamte. Sonada chase. Eli stood up, his chair scraping loudly. "Stop it. Just stop. You can't dress this up in philosophy anymore. It was an accident. A stupid, terrible accident that you made us cover up." Thorne's composure fractured. "I protected you." The words were a sharp hiss. "I protected the work. Do you think the world would have understood? They would have seen a lurid scandal, a dead boy, a cult. They would have picked our lives apart for entertainment and then tossed the pieces away. This way, there is still a shape to it. A tragedy, yes, but a contained one." "Contained?" Eli laughed, a short, ugly sound. "Dallin is dead. The twins are gone. Camden and Karina vanished. It's a poison, and it's spreading." "It is a purge," Thorne corrected, his voice dropping again. "A necessary winnowing. The vision was only for the strong. I see that now. I thought I was guiding you toward a deeper truth, but the truth is a mirror, and it showed you all for what you were. Children playing with fire." He looked at Eli with a new, chilling intensity. "Except for you. You watched. You recorded. You are still here. You have the strength to look at it, to hold it. That is why I've come." Thorne reached into his jacket pocket. Eli flinched, but what the professor withdrew was not a weapon. It was a key, old and heavy, on a tarnished silver ring. He placed it on the desk beside the typewriter, next to the unfinished page. "The key to the villa," Thorne said. "To my study. To all my notes, my research, the true, unedited history of our endeavor. It is yours now." Eli stared at the key. "I don't want it." "You must," Thorne insisted, a desperate fervor in his eyes. "You are the last one, the chronicler. The story must have a keeper or it becomes chaos. You must finish it, give it its proper end. My narrative is over. I am too close to the source material. I am a character in your story now." A cold understanding settled over Eli Doy. Thorne wasn't here to threaten him or to retrieve the damning page. He was here to abdicate, to pass the terrible burden. The professor was stepping off the stage, leaving Eli alone with the curtain up and the lights on. "What are you going to do?" Eli asked. Thorne looked toward the window, at the relentless rain. "There are other rooms?" he said softly, echoing his old lecture. "Other doors. It is time for me to find one." He turned and walked to the door. He paused, his hand on the knob. "Finish the story, Eli. Be a better author than I was a director." Then he was gone, his footsteps fading down the hall. Eli stood frozen, listening until there was only the rain again. He looked at the key. He looked at the page in the typewriter. The ink smear a Rorschach blot of guilt and fear. He looked at the door, still slightly ajar. The silence was different now. It was his alone. He sat down slowly. The story wasn't over. Thorne had just written his own exit, but the final page was still blank. Eli's fingers hovered over the cold keys. He had to choose the next word. He had to choose all the words that would follow. Outside, a car engine started, a distant growl that faded into the wet night. He reached out, not for the typewriter, but for the heavy, cold key. He closed his fist around it, the metal bit into his palm. This was the new weight he would carry. This was the hidden panel, and he had just pressed it. The engine sound did not return. Eli sat in the growing chill of his room, the key, a cold, metallic heart in his hand. The professor's abdication was not a release. It was a deeper, more solitary confinement. He was now the warden of the story, the keeper of the villa, the only living soul who knew the precise dimensions of the horror. The others had fled or broken or died, but they had escaped the burden of the whole truth. He was left to hold its entirety. He did not sleep. As dawn bleached the night sky to a pale gray, he found himself walking across the sodden campus, the key in his pocket. The villa looked different in the flat morning light, not mysterious, but simply derelict. The windows were dark eyes. He used the key on the front door, the lock turning with a clunk that echoed through the empty foyer. Inside, the silence was absolute and heavy. It was the silence of a museum after hours, of a life suspended. He went straight to Thorne's study. The professor's notes were not neat academic files. They were a storm of paper, reams of handwritten manuscripts, diagrams of rituals, photocopied pages from obscure texts, all strewn across the massive desk and piled on the floor. And there, placed deliberately in the center of the leather blotter, was a single sealed envelope with his name on it. Eli's hands were steady as he opened it. The letter inside was in Thorne's precise, sloping hand. "Eli, if you are reading this, you have accepted the charge. The research is yours. Do with it what I could not. Find the pattern, the meaning. The truth is not in the accident, but in the convergence that led to it. We were not random. Look at the dates. Look at the connections. Look at Karina. She was the catalyst. She knew. The villa and all its contents are yours. I have gone to find a door that will not open. Yours in the work. Alistair Thorne." Eli read the note twice. Look at Karina. He set the paper down, his mind racing back through every memory, every glance. Her watchful eyes, her untouchable calm, the scent of jasmine and cold stone. He began to sift through the papers with a new, frantic purpose. He found enrollment records, not just for their group, but for others, stretching back years. He found photographs, older ones, of other students in other circles, always with Thorn at the center. And in a few, a younger but unmistakable face, Karina, not as a student, but as a girl, standing beside a woman who shared her severe beauty. Thorn's handwriting on the back, Eleanor Vance and daughter, Karina. Crete, 2004. A deeper chill settled in his bones. He tore through more files. He found a faded newspaper clipping about a hiking accident in Greece. A graduate student named Eleanor Vance, a promising classicist, had fallen from a cliff during a research trip led by Professor Alistair Thorne. The death was ruled accidental. The date was 2 months after the photo was taken. Karina had not been drawn to Thorne's circle by chance. She had been drawn by a ghost. She had been studying him, studying them, all along. Her tension was not desire, but anticipation. Her silence was not mystery, but calculation. She had been waiting for the crack. She had been the spark in the tinder-dry boathouse. Eli stumbled back from the desk, the room tilting around him. It wasn't an accident. It was a ritual sacrifice in a very old sense, a performance orchestrated by a grief-maddened girl and a professor blinded by his own hubris, and they had all played their parts perfectly. He had written it as a tragedy of errors, but it was a revenge tragedy. And he was the last actor left on the stage, holding the script. He had to find her. The thought was clear and cold. He had to look into her eyes and see the truth there. He gathered the most damning pages, the photo, the clipping. As he did, his hand brushed against the tarnished silver bowl, the kylix on Thorne's shelf. It wobbled and fell, hitting the Persian rug with a dull thud. It rolled, and something inside it rattled. Eli picked it up. Taped to the inside bottom was another key, this one small and modern, attached to a fob from a storage company. On the fob was a unit number. He took everything. He left the villa, locking the door behind him, the 2 keys now heavy in his pocket. The rain had stopped, leaving the world glistening and false. He drove to the storage facility on the edge of town, his mind a blank hum. The unit was cold and smelled of concrete and dust. Inside was a single item, Karina's leather journal, placed neatly on a folding chair. He opened it. The early pages were a young girl's grief, raw and screaming. Then the writing changed, becoming cold, precise. A blueprint. Names were listed. Profiles. Eli saw his own name with notes. Observant. Seeks belonging. Will follow. Will write. She had mapped their weaknesses like a general. The final entry was dated the day after Clay's death. It is done. The debt is paid. He watched his creation destroy itself. He understands now the weight of a life. But the chorus is dispersing too soon. The story is unfinished. One remains. The chronicler. He will come. He will need to see. I will be where it began. Eli knew where she would be. The boathouse. As night fell again, he walked toward the lake, the journal in his hand. The structure loomed, darker than the surrounding night. The door was ajar. He stepped inside. She was there, sitting in the center of the floor, on the very spot where they had drawn the circle. She wore a simple dark coat, her face pale in the moonlight filtering through the broken boards. She looked up, and her expression was not one of triumph or guilt, but of a terrible, exhausted completion. "Hello, Eli," she said. "You finished the story." He did not ask how she knew he would come. He held up the journal. "You used us." "I used the tool he gave me," she corrected, her voice flat. His own need for acolytes, his own grand narrative. I simply guided the plot. Your mother, Eli said. He took her from me, Karina replied. And for the first time, a flicker of raw emotion crossed her face. Not with his hands, with his ideas, his relentless, consuming vision. She fell under his spell, and then she fell from that cliff. He wrote her death as a tragic footnote in his own great work. I wanted him to write his own. Eli understood. She hadn't wanted Thorn dead. She had wanted him to witness the collapse of his precious world, to see his disciples break and scatter, to be left utterly alone with the hollow artifact of his legacy. She had engineered a perfect, private ruin. And Clay. Eli's throat was tight. Was he just a plot point? Karina looked away, toward the dark water. Clay was enthusiastic, impulsive. He believed too deeply, too quickly. That night he was going to confess everything. To the dean, to the police. He thought he was saving us. He would have ruined it. Thorn would have talked his way out of it, buried it in bureaucracy and reputation. The story would have had a different, quieter end. I needed the rope to be She had tightened the noose. A word in Clay's ear, a planted doubt, a whispered encouragement to be brave. She had guided him to the edge, and Thorn, in his panic, had provided the final push. You're a monster, Eli whispered. We all are, she said, standing now. We were all complicit. We wanted the mystery, the belonging, the importance. We ate his lies and called them wisdom. I just directed the finale. She took a step toward him. You have everything now. The notes, the key. My confession. What will you do with it, chronicler? He had the power to end it, to take the story to the authorities, to expose the rot, to give Clay and Dallin a true accounting. But he saw the cost. It would be a circus. Thorn's legacy would become a true crime footnote. Their lives would be dissected publicly, and Karina would achieve a final bitter victory, the complete and total annihilation of everything Thorn had ever touched. Or he could let the silence hold. He could become the new keeper of the villa, the guardian of the secret. He could let the story end here, in the dark, with just the two of them knowing its full shape. Karina watched him weighing it. There's no right ending, she said softly. Only the one you choose to write. Tanto. Big niece. She walked past him, out of the boathouse, and into the night. He did not try to stop her. He listened to her footsteps fade, absorbed by the soft earth and the lapping water. He was alone with the story. It was his. He could bury it, or he could set it loose upon the world. He looked down at the journal in his hands, then out at the black mirror of the lake. In its depths, he saw no reflection. He turned and walked back toward the campus, toward the villa, toward the waiting typewriter and the heavy keys. The next word was his. The silence was his to break or to keep. The walk back was a slow submersion. The world did not feel real. It felt like a set he was leaving. The props of trees and paths and buildings losing their substance with every step. The villa awaited, a dark bulk against the starless sky. He used the key again, the sound of the lock a definitive click in the vast quiet. He did not go to Thorn's study. He went to the library, to the chair where Thorn had held court. He sat in it. The leather was cold, but it held the ghost of the professor's shape. He placed Karina's journal on the small table beside him. He laid the photograph and the clipping next to it. He set the two keys, villa and storage, side by side. He sat there as the night deepened. He thought of Clay's laugh, too loud for the quiet rooms. He thought of Dallin's fervent scribbling. He saw the twins' silent exchange, a language of raised eyebrows and slight nods. He heard Camden's cool assessments. He felt Karina's gaze, always watching, measuring. And he saw Thorn in this chair, spinning his beautiful, poisonous web. He had the whole story now. The beginning, the middle, and the terrible, converging end. He had the motive, the mechanism, the confession. He had the power to provide a catharsis, to shout the truth into the silence, and let the consequences fall like shrapnel. But as the first hint of dawn tinged the high windows, he understood the final, awful truth Thorn had learned, and Karina had exploited. Some stories are too potent to be told. Some truths are cancers that metastasize upon exposure. To tell this story would not be an act of justice, but an act of perpetuation. It would give Karina's revenge a public stage. It would make martyrs and monsters of broken children. It would not bring Clay back. It would only feed the dark myth. He stood, his joints stiff. He gathered the evidence. The journal, the photo, the clipping, Thorn's research. He carried it all to the great stone fireplace. He found last winter's kindling still in the basket. He built a small, neat pyre on the hearth. He lit a match. The paper caught quickly, the flames hungry and bright, painting the room in dancing orange light. He watched Karina's careful handwriting blacken and curl. He watched his own name, written in her analysis, turn to ash. He watched Thorn's life's work become smoke. He fed it all to the fire until nothing remained but a pile of fragile gray flakes. The keys he did not burn. He took them to the lake. He stood on the end of the rotting dock, the water cold and still below. He threw the villa key first, hearing a soft plink as it was swallowed by the deep. He held the storage key a moment longer, the last physical proof. Then he let it go. He returned to his room as the campus began to stir. He sat before the typewriter. The page was still there, the sentence unfinished, the ink smear a dark wound. He carefully removed the page. He wrote in a fresh, blank sheet. The silence was total. It was his. His fingers found the keys. He began to write, not the true story, but the only story that could now be told. A story of a tragic accident. A story of a grieving professor who retreated from the world. A story of a group of friends who drifted apart after a loss. A simple, sad, mundane story. A story with no hidden doors, no secret panels, no grand design. A story that would satisfy curiosity and then be forgotten. He wrote until the page was full. He wrote the lie so perfectly it felt, in its way, like a different kind of truth. The chronicler's final duty was not to reveal, but to conceal. To build a quiet, solid wall where a door had once been. To let the silence behind it grow thick and impenetrable. When he was done, he put the finished pages in an envelope. He would mail them to a small literary journal that had once rejected Thorn's work. It would be published as a short story, a piece of fiction, a melancholic fragment. Eli packed his single bag. He left the typewriter behind. He walked out of his room, down the hall, and out of the dorm. He did not look back at the villa. He carried nothing with him but the weight of the unsaid. He got into his car and drove, the rising sun at his back, heading west, toward no place in particular. The story was finished. It was buried. And he, the keeper of the silence, would spend the rest of his life listening for the echo of his own footsteps, walking away from the only door that had ever mattered, now sealed shut forever by his own hand. The highway unspooled before him, a gray ribbon through anonymous towns. He drove for hours, the radio off, the only sound the hum of tires on asphalt and a low, persistent whisper in his mind. The whisper of what he had burned, what he had drowned. He told himself it was the right choice, the only choice. He had contained the infection. He had buried the toxic seed. But by the time he stopped for gas in a sun-bleached town whose name he forgot immediately, A new and more unsettling thought had taken root. If he had truly ended it, why was he still running? The story was safe, encased in his silence and in the bland fiction he had mailed away. Yet his foot kept pressing the accelerator. His eyes kept checking the mirrors. He was not a keeper. He was a fugitive. He rented a cabin in a pine forest 1,000 miles from the college, paying cash from the last of his savings. It had a battered table, a wood stove, and a silence so profound it rang in his ears. He tried to read. He tried to sleep. But every night, in the crackle of the fire, he heard the rustle of burning paper. In the wind through the pines, he heard the lapping of lake water. In his dreams, he stood at the door of the villa, but the key was gone, and from within came the steady, patient clack of a typewriter. One afternoon, a month into his exile, a package arrived at the general store in the nearest town. The storekeeper held it for him, a plain brown box with no return address. Eli's blood turned to ice. He took it to his cabin and sat with it on the table for a long time, watching the twilight bleed from the sky. Finally, he opened it. Inside, nestled in plain newsprint, was a book. It was a slim volume bound in dark blue cloth. The title was stamped in silver on the spine. The chorus disperses. Below it, the author's name, A. Thorne. With trembling hands, Eli opened it. It was a novel. The dedication page read, "For E, who understands the weight of a word." The story was a familiar allegory. A professor, a group of students, a tragedy at a lakeside retreat. The names were changed, the details blurred into archetype, but the bones were theirs. It was Thorne's final work, a distillation of everything that had happened, published posthumously by some obscure press Eli had never heard of. It was not an exposé. It was a myth. Thorne had written his own elegy, and in doing so, had ensured their story would live on, disguised, searching for readers who might sense the truth beneath the prose. Tucked into the back of the book was a single, unmarked envelope. Inside was a photograph. It was a recent picture, taken from a distance with a long lens. It showed Eli himself, standing on the dock at the lake, his arm extended, caught in the act of throwing the key. The image was grainy, but the act was unmistakable. On the back, in handwriting he now knew as well as his own, was a message. "You chose the silence. I chose the story. We are both authors now, Eli, and every story needs a reader. I am still reading. See, the cabin walls, which had felt like a refuge, now felt like a cage." He had not buried the story. He had only handed the narrative to others. Thorne had published his version. Karina was out there, watching, a ghost with a camera, and he was here, hiding, believing his own fiction. He threw the book into the wood stove. He watched the blue cover blacken, the silver lettering blister, but the words were already out. They existed in the world. They could be in a library, on a shelf, waiting. The silence he had prized was an illusion. There was no silence, only competing stories. That night, he did not dream of the villa. He dreamed of a blank page in his typewriter, and his own hands, moving to type a single sentence over and over again. "I must find her. I must find her. I must find her." He woke with the dawn, the sentence echoing in the cold, still air. He had no leads, no idea where to start. But he had the photograph. She had wanted him to have it. It was an invitation, a taunt, a new first line. He packed his few belongings. As he closed the cabin door, he looked back at the empty room. He was not leaving a sanctuary. He was stepping out of a page he himself had written. The story was not over. The chronicler was no longer a keeper. He was a character again, propelled by a new purpose. He had to find the other author. He had to look her in the eye and decide, once and for all, what ending they would write together. He started the car and pointed it east, back toward the beginning, driving now not to escape, but to pursue. The hunt, he realized, was its own kind of telling. Story 2. The cold was the first thing she noticed. A deep, mineral cold that seeped up from the marble floor, through the thin soles of her slippers, and into the bones of her feet. Then came the smoothness, a vast, unbroken plain of polished stone the color of old milk, veined with gray like frozen smoke. Holly ran her fingertips along the balustrade of the grand staircase, not to steady herself, but to feel the reality of it. The stone was so cold it felt damp, though it was perfectly dry. This was the house. This was her home now. Dominic had called it the Eerie, a name that suited its position atop the windswept cliffs overlooking the Atlantic, and suited, too, the woman who had shaped it, Alexandra Dutt. Even the thought of the name made Holly's new wedding band feel tight, a gold shackle still warming to her skin. She had been married to Dominic Thorne for 7 days. For 6 of them, she had been a guest in this mausoleum of a house. Today, the staff had finally arrived back from their leave, granted for the honeymoon that never was. Dominic had been called away on urgent business to Boston, and now she was meant to be the mistress. The housekeeper's name was Carly. She appeared in the cavernous front hall as if materialized from the shadows of a pillared archway. A woman of indeterminate age with hair the color of steel wool pulled into a severe knot. Her eyes were the same shade as the marble, just as cold and just as veined with something unreadable. Mrs. Thorne, Carly said. The title did not sound like her name. It sounded like a placeholder, a label on an empty jar. The morning room is prepared. I've taken the liberty of arranging the flowers as Mrs. Thorne preferred them. Holly followed her, the slap of her slippers, the only sound in the great stone throat of the hall. The morning room was a symphony in yellow and cream, flooded with pale, watery light from the tall windows. The flowers were indeed arranged. White lilies in a crystal vase on the grand piano, their scent funereal and overpowering. They stood precisely centered on a lace doily that looked antique and fragile. "Lilies," Holly said, trying to keep her voice light. "They're quite formal." Mrs. Thorne found them elegant. She said they reminded her of purity. Carly did not specify which Mrs. Thorne. She did not need to. "Will there be anything else? The menu for the week is already established. Mr. Thorne has particular tastes." "I'm sure we can discuss some adjustments," Holly said, but the words felt feeble, absorbed by the heavy drapes and the thick Persian rug. Carly's expression did not change. Of course, though Mr. Thorne is quite traditional, he values continuity. After she left, Holly stood alone in the yellow room. She touched the piano lid. Not a speck of dust. She wandered to the bookshelf. The volumes were leather-bound, classics, perfectly aligned. She pulled one out at random. The collected poems of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, inscribed on the flyleaf in a looping, confident hand. "To my Alexandra. My true compass. Always D, the date was 5 years ago." Holly slid the book back as if it had burned her. Dominic returned that evening, bringing the scent of rain and distant city with him. He was a tall man, his dark hair silvering at the temples, his face a landscape of attractive, weathered angles. When he kissed her cheek, his lips were cool. "You survived the first day with the dragon?" he asked, a smile playing on his mouth but not reaching his eyes, which were the color of the sea before a storm. "Carly is very efficient," Holly said carefully. She adored Alexandra. They all did. He poured 2 glasses of sherry, handed her one. His fingers brushed hers. "This is an adjustment for them, for everyone. Be patient. I want to make this my home, Dominic." "Our home. Oh, right now." "It is," he said, but he turned to look out the window at the gathering dusk, his profile a sharp cutout against the glass. "It will be. It just holds memory, that's all." The memories were not held. They were embedded. They were in the way the cook presented the sole meunier, announcing it was Mr. Thorne's favorite, just as the first Mrs. Thorne had instructed. They were in the specific brand of lavender soap placed by her bath, the drawers in the massive walk-in closet that were still faintly lined with a different, more exotic scent. Sandalwood and orange blossom, Alexandra's perfume. They were in the portrait that dominated the library. Alexandra Thorne, painted in her early 30s. She was not classically beautiful, but she had a compelling, fierce handsomeness. Dark hair swept up, intelligent eyes that seemed to follow you, a mouth that suggested she was privy to a wonderful private joke. She looked vital, assured, a woman who commanded rooms and destinies. Holly, at 26, felt like a sketch next to a finished oil painting. The whispers began as social obligations resumed. A dinner party with Dominic's oldest friends, a judge and his wife, and a man named Harrison Vale, a local historian with a diffident manner and watchful eyes. The garden was Alexandra's true masterpiece. The judge's wife, Eleanor, sighed over the soup course. The rose labyrinth. She designed every turn herself. It's been sadly neglected since. How's a green thumb? Dominic offered, but his voice lacked conviction. Does she? Eleanor's gaze swept over Holly's simple dress. It takes a certain vision to manage a garden like that. An understanding of legacy. Later, smoking on the terrace, Harrison Vale stood beside Holly. The wind off the ocean was brisk. Don't let them intimidate you, he said, his voice low. They're loyal to a ghost. It's easier than dealing with the living. What was she like? Holly asked, against her better judgment. Harrison took a long drag of his cigarette. The ember glowed, illuminating the thoughtful lines of his face. Brilliant, formidable, capable of great charm and great focus. She got what she wanted. He paused. Dominic was her greatest project. And this house. And she died in it, Holly said. It was the first time she'd said it aloud. A fall, Harrison said, his tone flattening into something documentary. On the main staircase. The one with the marble balustrade you're always touching. Late at night, she was found at the bottom by Carly, who'd heard a noise. Tragic accident. A loose rug, they said. A glass of wine, too many, perhaps. He flicked his cigarette out into the darkness. The marble is very cold, isn't it? Even in summer. The investigation was not official. It was internal. A quiet, desperate scraping for a foothold in her own life. Holly began to wander the house at night, when the silence was absolute and the shadows pooled in the corners like black oil. She avoided the main staircase, taking the back servants' stairs instead, their wooden steps creaking with a more human complaint. She examined the rug at the staircase's foot. It was a large, ornate Turkish piece, heavy and thick. It lay perfectly flat, nailed at the corners. In Alexandra's private study, a room Dominic had said was kept as a memorial, and which Carly kept locked. Holly found the key in a porcelain dish on Carly's own housekeeping desk. The room was a time capsule. Neat, organized, ferociously so. Ledgers for the household, gardening journals with precise diagrams of the labyrinth, correspondence filed alphabetically, and photographs. Many photographs. Alexandra on a sailboat, laughing. Alexandra at a gallery opening, commanding. Alexandra with Dominic, his arm around her, his face younger, softer. Lit with an adoration Holly had never seen directed at herself. In the bottom drawer of the desk, under a stack of blank stationery, Holly found a single unlabeled audio cassette. Her hands were steady as she took it to an old player she found in a cupboard in the library. She pressed play. The voice that filled the silent room was Alexandra's. It was lower than Holly had imagined, husky, threaded with amusement. And so if you're hearing this, my darling, I've either become hopelessly sentimental or something has gone terribly wrong. I've been thinking about the will, about the clauses. Harrison thinks I'm being paranoid, but you know me. I like to tie up loose ends. The contingency is with Lowell in the safety deposit box. The number is our anniversary. Backwards. If it's needed, you'll know. And you'll know. The tape ended with a soft click. Holly sat in the dark, the voice echoing in the vault of her skull. It was not a love message. It was an instruction, a contingency. Paranoid. The cliff path. The next day, she sought out Harrison Vale in his cluttered office at the local historical society. She told him what she had found, omitting how she obtained it. His face, usually so mild, tightened. "You shouldn't listen to the echoes in that house, Holly," he said. "They can drive you mad." "Who is Lowell?" "Her lawyer. Retired. Moved to Florida years ago, after she died. The cliff path. Where it bends. What does that mean?" Harrison leaned back, steepling his fingers. He looked suddenly very tired. Alexandra was an avid walker. She loved the cliff path, especially in bad weather. Said it cleared her head. "There's a sharp bend about a mile from the house. The railing there has always been questionable. She complained to the town council about it. Weeks before she died. Said it was a hazard. The pieces, cold and hard as the marble in the hall, began to click together in Holly's mind. Not the staircase. The cliff. A contingency. A lawyer. A safety deposit box. She confronted Dominic that night in the library. He stood before the fire, a glass of brandy in hand, the portrait of Alexandra looking over his shoulder. "I found a tape," she said, her voice surprisingly calm. Alexandra's voice. She was afraid. She made a contingency plan. Dominic did not turn around. What did it say? She mentioned the cliff path, the bend. She said nothing is ever truly secure. He was silent for a long moment. Then he took a slow sip of his brandy. Alexandra had a dramatic streak. She loved mystery, intrigue. She was planning a novel, you know. Perhaps it was research. It didn't sound like fiction, Dominic. It sounded like a warning. Now he turned. His face was in shadow, the firelight outlining him in gold. "What are you suggesting, Holly? That my wife's death wasn't an accident? That someone pushed her?" He gave a short, mirthless laugh. "From the stairs? Or from the cliff path? The inquest was thorough. The evidence was clear. She fell in the house. But the tape is a relic of a vibrant, sometimes chaotic mind," he snapped, his composure cracking for the first time. "Let the past rest. For God's sake, try to live in the present. With me." But the present was built upon the past, and the foundation was rotten. Holly began to walk the cliff path daily, always stopping at the bend. The railing was indeed corroded, a section of it leaning outward over the dizzying drop to the jagged rocks below. The wind here was a constant, keening force. One afternoon she knelt, brushing away loose dirt and pebbles at the base of the post. Her fingers closed around something small, hard, and metallic. She pulled it free. It was a tarnished silver cufflink, monogrammed with a stylized DTT. Dominic's. She held it in her palm, the wind whipping her hair. He had said he was in Boston the night Alexandra died. The house had been empty but for her and Carly. But what if he hadn't been? What if the argument, the contingency, the fear on the tape, had drawn him back? The cliff path where it bends. Nothing is ever truly secure. That night, a storm lashed the coast. The house groaned like a living thing. Holly waited until she heard Dominic's deep, even breaths from the master bedroom, the room he had shared with Alexandra, the room Holly could not bring herself to sleep in, preferring a guest chamber down the hall. She took the cassette and the cufflink, wrapped in a handkerchief, and descended the back stairs. She would go to the police in the morning. She would play them the tape, show them the evidence. She would unravel the elegant mystery. The kitchen was dark. She poured a glass of water, her hand trembling. A floorboard creaked behind her. She turned. Carly stood in the doorway, still dressed in her severe gray dress, her face a mask of calm disapproval. "You're restless tonight, Mrs. Thorne." "I couldn't sleep. The storm. It always was loud here." She loved storms, too. Said they matched the tempest inside. Carly took a step forward, her eyes dropping to the handkerchief-wrapped bundle in Holly's hand. "What have you got there?" "Nothing. A keepsake. This house is full of keepsakes. Some should stay where they belong." Carly's voice was soft, almost hypnotic. "You're digging in places you shouldn't. It won't bring you peace. It won't bring you his love. He will always love her. He killed for her, you know." The words hung in the air, more shocking than thunder. "What?" "Not in the way you think," Carly said, moving closer. The storm outside seemed to quiet, as if listening. "It killed the man she was having an affair with. A painter from the village. A pretty useless thing. Dominic found out. There was a confrontation. On the cliff path. The painter fell. It was ruled an accident, of course. Dominic Thorne's word against the wind. Holly's blood turned to ice. And Alexandra? She knew. She had the tape made. The contingency was to protect herself, in case Dominic ever turned on her. The lawyer had the proof. Letters, photographs. She was going to leave him. But then she fell on the stairs. A tragic accident. Carly's lips thinned. "I found her. I heard them arguing." His voice, then a thud, then silence. "When I came out, he was gone. Back to Boston, his alibi perfect. And she was at the bottom so still. My lady." There was no grief in Carly's recitation. It was a report, a clinical listing of facts. "You never said anything." "I loved her," Carly said simply. "And he is the master of the house. This is the order of things. You disrupted it. You with your soft hands and your searching eyes. You found the tape. You found the cufflink he lost that night on the cliff path with the painter. You would have gone to the police. You would have destroyed everything she built, even in death." Holly backed away, her hip hitting the cold granite of the countertop. "What are you going to do?" Carly smiled then. A thin, terrible stretching of her lips. The same thing that happens to clumsy new wives who wander during storms, who trip on loose rugs at the top of marble staircases. She moved with startling speed, not at Holly, but to the doorway, blocking the exit to the hall. The main staircase was the only other way. Holly ran, died. Her slippers slipped on the marble as she burst into the vast dark hall. The only light came from flashes of lightning through the high windows, illuminating the portrait at the far end, Alexandra's knowing eyes. She heard Carly's steady footsteps behind her. She reached the top of the stairs. The Turkish rug lay below, a dark pool. She turned. Carly stood at the other end of the long gallery, holding a heavy crystal candlestick from the dining room. "It will be quick," Carly said, her voice echoing. "And then the house will be quiet again. He will mourn. And the past will stay where it belongs." Holly stepped backward, her heel catching on the edge of the runner that lined the gallery. She stumbled, arms wheeling. The candlestick flashed in a burst of lightning as Carly lunged. But the blow never came. A darker shape detached itself from the shadows of the library doorway. Dominic. He moved between them, grabbing Carly's wrist. The candlestick clattered to the marble, the sound like a gunshot. There was a brief, silent struggle, a grotesque dance in the strobing light. Choked cry. Then Carly was falling, not forward but sideways, over the smooth, cold balustrade. There was no scream, just a heavy, final impact from below. Silence, filled only by the rain and the heaving of Dominic's breath. He stood at the broken edge, looking down. Then he turned to Holly. His face was a blank page. "She attacked you," he said, his voice hollow. "I tried to stop her. She slipped." Holly looked from his empty eyes to the darkness at the foot of the stairs where two women now lay dead. She understood then the true architecture of the house. It was not built of stone and wood, but of secrets and silence, and it required regular sacrifice to maintain its elegant facade. She was the only witness. The police came with their flashing lights that looked trivial against the storm. Their questions were gentle, respectful. The grieving widower, the traumatized new wife, the unstable, devoted housekeeper, overcome by loyalty to her late mistress, attacking the replacement. A tragic accident. Again. In the weeks that followed, the house was quieter than ever. The servants spoke in hushed tones, treating Holly with a new, wary distance. Dominic was attentive, but his touch was mechanical. He spent long hours in the library, under the portrait. Holly walked the cliff path every day. She stood at the bend, the monogrammed cufflink now deep in her pocket. A cold, smooth weight. She looked at the unsafe railing, at the churning sea below. The wind whispered in her ears. A confidential, intimate tone. It sounded like Alexandra's voice on the tape, like Carly's flat recitation of facts, like the hollow thud of a body on marble. The investigation in her mind drifted, lost focus. The clear sequence, the affair, the painter's death, the tape, the argument on the stairs, began to blur at the edges. Had Carly pushed Alexandra? Had Dominic? Did it matter? The house had consumed them both. It had its own justice, its own hungers. She remembered the feel of the cold marble that first day, the deceptive smoothness hiding the frozen depths beneath. She remembered the scent of the lilies, purity masking decay. She remembered the touch of Dominic's lips, cool and dry. Now, when she touches the balustrade, the cold is absolute. It travels up her arm, settles in her chest. She is the mistress of the eerie now. She walks the rose labyrinth, its thorns catching on her clothes, its paths leading in circles. She orders the meals. She chooses the flowers. Sometimes in the dead of night she plays a single unlabeled audio cassette and listens to the ghost tell her about loose ends and cliff paths, her voice a hypnotic rhythm in the dark. And Holly listens and nods and understands that this is the ending. Not a resolution, but a regression into the beautiful, terrible silence of the house, where every mystery is preserved in perfect, cold amber, and the only thing left to discover is the exact shape of your own disappearance. The lilies in the hall were replaced with white roses at Holly's direction. Carly's absence was a new kind of presence, a vacuum that seemed to pull at the edges of the household routine. A new housekeeper was hired, a brisk, efficient woman from an agency who knew nothing of the Thorns beyond their bank references. She called Holly Madam, without a flicker of subtext. Dominic began to travel again for business, more frequently and for longer stretches. The house was truly hers in those periods, a museum she now curated. She took to spending afternoons in Alexandra's study, not searching, but sitting. She read the gardening journals, tracing the lines of the labyrinth with her finger. The fierce, precise handwriting seemed less intimidating now, more like a blueprint she was expected to follow. One afternoon, she received a call from a Florida number. The voice on the other end was old, papery, and cautious. "This is Robert Lowell. I was Alexandra Thorne's attorney. I understand you are the current Mrs. Thorne." Holly's grip tightened on the receiver. "Yes. I've been going through some old files in preparation for my own affairs." There is a safety deposit box here, in my name, but with instructions regarding the Thorne estate. The contents were to be reviewed by me upon Mrs. Alexandra Thorne's death, and then, at my discretion, passed to the appropriate part. He paused. The contingency was not met, so I held the material. But recent events, the passing of the housekeeper, it seems prudent to clear this up. Would you like me to ship the contents to you? What's in it? Holly asked, her voice barely a whisper. Letters, photographs, a sealed statement. It is, I believe, what she referred to as her insurance policy. The cliff path, where it bends. The anniversary, backwards. Yes, Holly said. Send it. The package arrived on a Tuesday, a plain brown box. She took it to the study and locked the door. Inside was a slim bundle of letters tied with ribbon, a few photographs of Alexandra with a young, fair-haired man, the painter, his face open and smiling, and a single sheet of heavy paper, a formal statement notarized by Lowell. It detailed the affair, the painter's increasing demands, and Dominic's discovery. It stated that Alexandra believed Dominic had caused the painter's death, and that she feared for her own safety if she attempted to leave. It was a cold, clear accusation, written with the same compelling hand as her garden plans. But at the bottom, in a looser, more hurried script, was a postscript. If I am dead, it was not an accident. But know this. It was not him. It was the shadow. It is always the shadow. It loves the house more than any of us. Holly stared at the words until they blurred. The shadow. Carly, the devoted protector, the silent witness. Had Alexandra, in her final moment on the stairs, seen Carly's face and understood that the ultimate loyalty was to the house itself, to its equilibrium, and that a wife who threatened to leave, to scandalize, to break the legacy, was a weed to be pulled? She burned the statement and the photographs in the library fireplace, watching the faces blacken and curl. She kept the letters, the evidence of a passion that had once been real enough to die for. She placed them in the bottom drawer of the desk, under the blank stationery, where the tape had been. A complete set. That evening, Dominic returned unexpectedly. He found her in the library, staring up at the portrait. "You look like her tonight," he said, coming to stand beside her. He did not touch her. "Do I? In the set of your jaw, a certain resignation." He followed her gaze to Alexandra's knowing smile. She understood the cost of things. "And what is the cost of this?" Polly asked, not looking at him. "Peace," he said, after a long moment. "A kind of peace." She nodded slowly. The investigation was over. She had reached the center of the labyrinth and found it empty. Just a quiet space where the wind didn't reach. She was the mistress of the eerie. She was the curator of the silence. She was, she realized, exactly what the house required her to be. When she turned from the portrait, her own face was smooth, a perfect, placid reflection of the deep, still water that had closed over everything. The following spring, the town council finally voted to repair the railing on the cliff path. Holly received the notice in the mail, a crisp letter on official stationery. She read it once, then folded it neatly and placed it in the same drawer as the letters. She did not walk the path that day, or the next. Instead, she supervised the planting of new roses along the south terrace, a variety called iceberg, their buds a cold, pure white. Dominic observed her from the library window, a silhouette against the glass. He had noticed the change, this new and absolute stillness in her. It was more profound than grief, more final than anger. It was a settling like dust in a sealed room. He found it, in a way he could not articulate, more disquieting than her earlier searching. One evening, over a dinner of poached salmon and asparagus served by the new, silent housekeeper, he spoke. "I'm considering selling the London flat. There seems little point in keeping it." Holly looked up, her knife pausing. "That seems sensible. We could travel," he ventured. A strange, unfamiliar impulse pushing at him. Somewhere warm. The Mediterranean, perhaps. "The garden is just coming into its prime," she said, her voice as smooth as the cream sauce on the fish. "It would be a shame to leave it, and the sea air here is so bracing. It clarifies things." He had no answer to that. The conversation lapsed back into the quiet click of silverware on china. Later in the hall, he paused before the new portrait that had been hung opposite Alexandra's. It was of Holly, commissioned months ago, and completed just last week. The artist had captured her likeness perfectly. The pale hair, the gray eyes. But he had also captured the new vacancy, the beautiful, hollow calm. She stood in the rose garden, but her gaze was turned inward toward the house. She looked less like a person and more like a feature of the landscape, another elegant, enduring structure. Holly found him there, staring. "Do you like it?" she asked. "It's very accurate," he said. "I thought so too." She came to stand beside him, not touching, their reflections ghostly in the dark window behind the paintings. "It's where I belong now, on the wall, in the garden, part of the view." A chill that had nothing to do with the marble seeped into him. "Holly?" "Shh," she said, her voice soft as the rustle of the old tape turning in its hidden player. "It's all right, Dominic. Everything is in its place. The house is secure." She turned and walked up the stairs, her footsteps soundless on the runner. He watched her go, a white figure dissolving into the gloom of the upper gallery. He was alone in the hall with the two portraits, two sets of eyes watching him, one blazing with knowing life, the other with perfect, polished emptiness. He understood then the true nature of the contingency. It was not a plan to expose a crime. It was a set of instructions for a successor, a blueprint for becoming a ghost. The next morning, he announced a sudden trip to Zurich. He packed a single bag. Holly saw him off at the front door, her cheek cool and dry under his kiss. "Safe travels," she said. He drove down the winding drive, and at the gate he looked back. She was still standing there, a slim white figure against the dark stone, already looking like a memory. He realized he did not know when or if he would return. The house no longer needed a master. It had its mistress. It had its story. It had its silence. And in the study, Holly sat at the desk, a blank sheet of the heavy cream stationery before her. She picked up the pen, the one Alexandra had used. She did not write a letter. Instead, she began to draw, her lines firm and sure. A labyrinth, a cliff path, a bend in the railing. She drew until the page was full, a map of a territory she now knew by heart. Then she filed it away in the drawer. Another artifact for the collection. Another piece of the beautiful, terrible whole. The wind sighed against the window, a familiar, confidential sound. She listened, and she nodded. She was home. The summer was unusually hot and still. The sea became a flat, brilliant sheet of azure, and the roses bloomed with a frantic, perfumed intensity that seemed to thicken the air. Holly took to walking the grounds at dawn, before the heat could settle. She followed the dew-damp paths, her fingers brushing the hedges, her slippers dark with moisture. She felt the house watching her from its many windows, a patient, sentient presence. One such morning she found a single dead blackbird on the gravel of the turning circle. It lay perfectly intact, as if placed there, its beak slightly open. She looked up at the empty sky, then at the house. No movement. She bent and picked it up, its body light and stiff. She carried it to the edge of the woods and buried it under a layer of leaf mold, a small, secret funeral. When she returned to the house, the new housekeeper, Mrs. Evans, was polishing the brass on the front door. "Found a dead bird, madam?" she asked, her tone politely incurious. "Yes, it must have flown into a window." "A pity," Mrs. Evans said, and returned to her work. But later, in the kitchen, Holly overheard her speaking quietly to the young maid who came in from the village. "Found it right on the step, she did. They say that's an omen. Means a death in the house is settled. The spirits at rest." Holly froze, her hand on the cool porcelain of the sink. She waited for the maid's nervous question, but it didn't come. There was only the sound of vegetables being scrubbed. The superstition was stated as fact, absorbed into the lore of the place. The house had accepted Carly's death and Alexandra's, and had folded them into its narrative. Holly's act of burial was seen not as kindness, but as ritual. She was performing correctly. That night, the dream came. She was in the gallery, but it was endless, stretching in both directions, every wall lined with portraits of women in white. They were all her, and all Alexandra, and all strangers, their faces blending in the dim light. At the far end, Carly stood in her gray dress, holding a silver tray. On it was not a candlestick, but the dead blackbird. "For you, madam," she said, her voice clear as a bell. "The house is pleased." Holly woke not with a start, but with a slow, cold clarity. The moonlight striped the floor. She rose and went to the window. The labyrinth below was a pattern of deep shadow and silver, a puzzle solved by darkness. She knew then that the final piece of her assimilation was not about fear or resignation, but about perception. She had to learn to see as the house saw. She began to take her tea in Alexandra's favorite sitting room, the one with the view of the cliff path. She read the same books, ordered the same flowers for the vases. She even started using the same faint, citrus-based perfume she found, decades old, in a crystal atomizer in a drawer. The scent was faded, a ghost of itself, but it clung to her skin and clothes. When Dominic called from Zurich, his voice crackling with distance, she told him about the roses, about the calm weather, about the repairs to the cliff path railing that were finally to begin next week. She did not mention the bird. She did not mention the dream. "Will you walk the path again once it's safe?" he asked. There was a strange tension in his question, as if testing her. "Perhaps," she said. "But the view from the house is quite complete. One sees everything one needs to from here." There was a long pause. "I see," he said finally. "I'll be back by the end of the month." "We'll be," Holly said. And the "we" did not mean her and Dominic. It meant her and the house. The day the workmen came to fix the railing, Holly watched from the sitting room window. They were small, ant-like figures in the distance, their yellow safety vests bright against the green and gray. They tore out the old, rotted wood and installed new, sturdy posts and a thick cable. It took them all day. By evening, the job was done. The path was safe. That night, after the house was dark, Holly went downstairs. She did not turn on any lights. She walked through the silent halls, past the portraits, and out the French doors to the terrace. The air was cool now, smelling of salt and damp earth. She walked across the lawn, the dew soaking the hem of her nightdress, and onto the cliff path. The moon was full, painting the world in monochrome. She walked to the bend. The new railing was solid, impersonal. She ran her hand along the cold metal cable. It was taut, unyielding. She looked down at the sea, a black expanse, speckled with shifting coins of moonlight. The drop was sheer, the rocks below like broken teeth. She understood why Alexandra had loved it here. It was the edge of the world the house ruled. Beyond was chaos, wind, and deep, cold water. Here was order. Here was the line. From her pocket, she took the monogrammed cufflink. She held it in her palm for a moment, feeling its weight, the engraved sharp against her skin. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, she drew back her arm and threw it. It spun once, a tiny flash of silver, and was swallowed by the dark. There was no sound of it hitting the water. She stood for a long time, listening. The wind had picked up, whispering through the new cable with a low, humming note. It had sounded different than before, less like a warning, more like an invitation, a song the house sang to itself. When she turned to walk back, she saw a light on in the topmost window of the eerie, the one in the unused attic. It glowed softly, a single, watchful eye. She was not alarmed. She simply noted it, as one notes the position of a familiar star. She walked back along the path, across the lawn, and into the waiting silence of the house. She climbed the stairs, past the gallery where the struggle had happened, past the door to the room where Dominic slept when he was home, and up the final, narrow flight to the attic. The door was ajar. The room was empty save for a single chair placed before the window, facing the sea. On the seat lay a folded piece of heavy cream paper. She picked it up and unfolded it. It was her own drawing, the map of the labyrinth and the cliff path. But now, in the moonlight from the window, she saw faint lines she hadn't drawn. A subtle, penciled pathway leading out of the labyrinth's center. Not to the house, but to the cliff's edge. And there, at the bend in the path, was a tiny, meticulous X. She refolded the paper and placed it back on the chair. She sat down in its place. From here, the view was immense. The moonlit sea, the repaired path, the dark bulk of the house below her. She could see it all. She was no longer in the labyrinth. She was the one who had drawn it. The wind hummed its low song against the glass. Holly Thorne sat very still, and watched, and waited, mistress of all she surveyed. Story 3. The chair was wrong. It was a simple thing. A wooden armchair in the corner of the Bibliotheca Apostolica's deepest reading carrel, where the air smelled of slow decay and vellum. Professor Adrian Voss had sat in its twin 100 times, 1,000, his spine conforming to the particular sag of the seat, his elbows wearing a faint polish on the oak arms. This chair, however, sat at a slight, insistent angle to the desk, not pushed in, not drawn out, turned as if someone had risen from it and, in deep thought, had twisted away from the world of words to contemplate the blank stone wall. Adrian's hand, hovering over the folio he had come to study, stilled. The detail was a dissonant note in the silent hymn of the library. He did not straighten it. He crouched, his knees protesting, and examined the floor. In the granular dust, not the settled dust of weeks, but the fine redistributed powder of recent activity, he saw the faint scuff marks. They led from the chair to a section of shelving that housed nothing but forgotten papal encyclicals from the 17th century. He knew this because he knew this library as he knew the lines of his own palms. He approached the shelves, his breathing shallow, the only sound the distant, rhythmic drip of a leak somewhere in the ancient plumbing. The book was a phantom, a gap precisely the width of a single volume between two massive, leather-bound tomes. He ran a finger along the spines of its neighbors. On the left, a treatise on Augustinian doctrine. On the right, a concordance of medieval liturgy. The missing volume, according to the faded gold lettering on the shelf's edge, should have been De Re Metallica et Spiritibus, obscure, borderline, heretical 16th century work on alchemy and divine geometry. Adrian felt a cold wire tighten in his chest. He had requested that very text, through proper channels, 3 days ago. He was told it was unavailable for review, temporarily removed for conservation. He heard a step, soft as a sigh, on the wool runner in the central aisle. He turned. A woman stood there, backlit by the green glass lamp of a distant desk. She was not a librarian. She wore a dark, practical coat, and her posture was not one of scholarly stoop, but of alertness, like a heron watching water. "Professor Voss?" Her voice was low, carrying in the silence without echoing. "The book is gone," he said, as if continuing a conversation already begun. "I know," she said. She moved closer. Her face was sharp, intelligent, with eyes that seemed to absorb the weak light. "My name is Dr. Celeste Armitage. I work at the European Laboratory for Particle Physics. I believe we need to talk. Somewhere else." They sat in a cafe, drowned in the roar of a noon downpour, the world beyond the window a watery blur. Adrian stirred his espresso, the tiny spoon clinking a fragile rhythm against the porcelain. "De re metallica et spiritibus," Celeste said, not touching her tea. "It contains, among other delirious fantasies, a very precise diagram, a geometric pattern based on the sacred ratios found in the Tempietto of San Pietro in Montorio. It's a key. A key to what? To a resonance frequency." She leaned forward. "My lab designed a device, Professor. A compact high-energy particle emitter, theoretical. A tool for analyzing the molecular cohesion of ancient stone for restoration. It uses targeted sonic and electromagnetic resonance to map stress fractures. In the wrong hands, tuned to the precise resonant frequency of a particular material, it becomes a scalpel or a bomb." Adrian saw it then, the connection, falling into place with the terrible clarity of a stained glass shattering. "The stolen technology you reported to Interpol last month. Not just stolen, understood. The thief didn't just take the hardware. He took the foundational mathematics. And now he's consulting Renaissance alchemists for the application." She placed a photograph on the table. It showed a symbol carved into the pedestal of the Bernini fountain in Piazza Barberini, fresh and deep. It was the sigillum Dei, the seal of God, a complex geometric figure of circles and pentagrams. But within its interlocking lines, Adrian saw the subtle, blasphemous inversion of one of the angles. It was a signature and a destination. "He's mapping the city," Adrian whispered. "Not the modern city. The sacred geometry beneath it. The ley lines of faith and power. He's finding the resonant points." "The heart of the church," Celeste said. "What is the heart of a church, Professor?" "A secret," he replied. "The thing upon which everything else is built, but which is never seen." Their hunt became a silent, desperate pilgrimage through a rain-lashed Rome. They were not pursued by men in black cars, but by symbols. They found the inverted sigillum scratched into the base of the obelisk in Piazza del Popolo, etched with acid onto a bronze holy water stoup in a forgotten chapel near the catacombs of Priscilla. Each was a tuning fork, struck and humming a note only the stolen machine could hear. Adrian's mind, a labyrinth of iconography and history, traced the pattern. It was a spiral, tightening, not towards St. Peter's Basilica, but towards its foundation, towards the Necropoli Vaticana, the ancient city of the dead upon which the altar of the world had been raised. Their guide into that underworld was Ephraim, the Camerlengo, the chamberlain of the Holy Roman Church. In his private office, the air thick with beeswax and anxiety, he was a man split in two. His fingers, adorned with a simple ruby ring, trembled as he unfolded a vellum map of the necropolis. "There is a chamber," Ephraim said, his voice a dry leaf rustle. "Not in any official record. It was sealed by order of Clement VIII. It lies here." A bony finger tapped a point directly beneath the high altar of the basilica. "The texts call it the Spicus Fidei, the Grotto of Faith. It is said to contain the original testimony The unmediated word before it became scripture. But what is in it? Celesta asked, her scientific mind demanding substance. Tradition says a stone, Ephraim murmured. A single, unhewn block upon which Peter himself preached. The first altar, the literal heart. He looked up, his eyes clouded with a torment that was more than fear. It was ambition. If it is destroyed, not just a relic is lost. The symbolic foundation of the entire sea is shattered. Faith is narrative, Professor Voss. Sever the root and the tree may not fall, but it will sicken forever. Adrian understood the true target then. Not a person, but a story. Not the body, but the soul. The man who understood this too was named Demetrius. They found him, or he revealed himself, in the echoing vastness of the Pantheon. He stood beneath the oculus, the rain from the gray circle of sky above forming a fine mist around him. He was nondescript, a man you would forget, save for his eyes, which held the cold, patient light of centuries. You follow the signs well, Professor, Demetrius said, his voice blending with the hollow sigh of the space. My order has waited a long time. We are the custodes veritatis nuda, the keepers of the naked truth. We believe the church has built a palace of lies upon that stone. A beautiful, terrible palace. We do not wish to topple the palace. We wish to remove its cornerstone and let the world see how it's set. You'll kill people, Celeste said. The vibration, the collapse, the cardinals celebrating mass above. Collateral damage in a war of ideas, Demetrius replied, almost sadly. A necessary sacrifice to expose the ultimate fiction. My device is already in place. It sings to the stone even now. A song only it can hear. It will crumble to dust at the moment of the Eucharistic consecration. When the illusion of transubstantiation reaches its peak, the foundation of the illusion will vanish. Poetic, don't you think? He vanished into the crowd of tourists, a ghost in plain sight. The final hours were a blur of darkened corridors, of frantic consultations with stone-faced Vatican security, of Celeste's frantic calculations on a tablet, trying to reverse engineer the resonant frequency to cancel it out. But they lacked a core algorithm. They had only the destination. Adrian, however, had the map dart. The symbols had spoken their final word. The spiral ended not in the specus fide itself, but in the conduit that fed it. An ancient aqueduct line, long dry, that ran from the Tiber beneath the necropolis and into that secret chamber. It was the path a pilgrim would take. A path of water turned to path of faith. He and Celeste descended into the dank, earth-smelling darkness of the aqueduct access. A forgotten grate in a Trastevere alley. They waded through stale, knee-deep water, their flashlight beams cutting the blackness. The air grew thick, heavy with the weight of the city and the basilica above. They could feel it, a sub-audible thrum in the stone, a wrongness in the vibration of the world. They found the machine where the aqueduct met a rough-hewn wall of tufa stone, the back wall of the Grotto of Faith. It was a sleek, sinister obelisk of brushed steel and crystalline lenses, humming with a malevolent, internal light. From it, a focused beam of invisible energy pulsed into the wall, making the very air waver like a heat haze. And there, before it, stood Ephraim the Camerlengo. He held a medieval dagger, its blade aimed not at them, but at the machine's control panel. His face was a mask of ecstatic agony. "Hey, promised me," Ephraim hissed. "Demetrius. He promised that after the revelation, after the cleansing, the church would need a new kind of leader. One who had seen the truth and could rebuild. A simpler, purer faith. Mine." "He's using you," Adrian said, his voice calm, stepping slowly through the water. He doesn't want a purer church. He wants no church at all. He wants the story to end. It is too late. Ephraim cried, and his eyes shone with a fervor that was indistinguishable from madness. The song is almost complete. Celeste moved. Not towards Ephraim, but sideways. Her scientist's eye tracking cabling that ran from the machine into the water. She plunged her hands into the murk, feeling, and then pulled. A conduit ripped free in a shower of sparks. The machine's hum spiked into a shriek. Ephraim screamed and lunged for the panel. Adrian tackled him. They fell into the cold, foul water, a tangle of robes and limbs. The dagger flashed. Adrian felt a searing cold, then a deep heat across his ribs. He saw Celeste, her hands moving over the machine's exposed guts, tearing at crystal arrays, her fingers bleeding. The shriek from the machine became a deafening, singular tone. Then silence. The machine went dark. The thrumming ceased. The only sounds were the ragged gasps of the three of them, and the slow drip of water from the ancient bricks. Ephraim sobbed, the dagger floating away from his limp hand. The cardinals above, lifting the host, felt nothing but the usual sublime tremor of belief. They dragged Ephraim back into the world. The story of a mad Camerlengo, acting alone, was prepared. The machine was dismantled, vanished into the vaults of secret archives. Demetrius was never found. The Spicus Fidei remained sealed, its secret kept. Adrian recovered from his wound in a sun-drenched hospital room. Celeste came to see him, her hands bandaged. She sat by his bed. "We saved the story," he said, his voice weak. "We saved the stone," she corrected, her tone neutral. "The story is what they tell upstairs. We'll never know what's really down there." He looked at her, seeing the scientist who had touched the raw nerve of faith and found only circuitry and stone. "Does it matter?" She didn't answer. She just watched the dust motes dance in a sunbeam, a silent, endless vibration. Weeks later, Adrian returned to the Bibliotheca Apostolica. He went to the same carol. The chair was still wrong, still angled towards the wall. He did not move it. He sat in it, assuming its unnatural pose, and stared at the blank stone. He thought of the spiral of symbols, of the humming machine, of Ephraim's desperate eyes, of Celeste's bleeding hands. He thought of the stone that might or might not be there, beneath the altar, holding up the weight of 2 millennia of hope and fear. He comes here every day now. He sits in the wrong chair. He looks at the wall. He listens, not for the drip of water or the step of a librarian. He listens for the faint, fading echo of a song meant to unmake the world, a frequency just beyond hearing, a crack in the foundation of everything. He knows the case is over, but the investigation, the obsessive tracing of that silent pattern that never ends. It is his own ritual now, in a church of books and dust, waiting for the final terrible truth to reveal itself, or perhaps for the greater mercy of it to stay forever hidden. Just one more turn of the spiral away. The wrong chair became his anchor. The library staff, accustomed to the eccentricities of scholars, left him to his new ritual. They saw a man in deep contemplation, perhaps wrestling with a theological paradox. They did not see the man tracing invisible lines on the oak armrest, his fingertips mapping the inverted sigillum, the spiral, the points of resonance in a city he now walked through as a ghost. Celeste returned to her particle lab in Geneva. Their communication became sparse, a series of formal emails updating him on the official investigation, which had concluded. The stolen technology was classified as destroyed. Ephraim was in a secure medical facility, his mind broken not by guilt, but by the shattering of his ambition. Demetrius and his order had evaporated, leaving behind only the cryptic symbols, which were quietly removed by restorers. Adrian requested a sabbatical. He told the university he was working on a monograph about Renaissance hermeneutics. In truth, he was building a map. Not on paper, but in his mind, layering the modern Rome over the sacred geometry, over the alchemical diagrams from De Re Metallica et Spiritibus, a copy of which had mysteriously reappeared on his desk one morning, smelling of ozone and old leather. He began to take walks, not to the tourist sites, but to the margins, the forgotten places where the city's skin was thin. A cracked paving stone in a courtyard near the Tiber revealed a patch of mosaic too old to be Roman. A particular echo in the archway of a medieval gate sounded, to his now attuned ear, like a truncated version of the machine's dying shriek. He was not looking for Demetrius. He was looking for the pattern source, the first note of the song. One afternoon, in the basement of a dusty antiquarian bookshop in the Via dei Coronari, he found it. Tucked inside a mundane treatise on Gregorian chant was a single vellum sheet. It was not a page from a book. It was a sketch, in iron gall ink gone brown, of a complex geometric form that made Adrian's breath catch. It was the precursor to the Sigillum Dei, but more ancient, more stark. And in the margin, in a minute, precise hand, was a note in Latin. The frequency is not applied, it is discovered. The stone sings its own note. The machine merely amplifies the inherent flaw. He sat on the floor of the shop, the vellum trembling in his hands. Demetrius had not been trying to destroy the foundation with an alien frequency. He had been trying to amplify a fracture that was already there. The inherent flaw. Was it a physical crack in the stone of Peter? Or was it the original theological crack? The gap between the man who preached and the institution that canonized him? That night, he emailed Celeste. Just the scanned image of the vellum and the translation of the note. Her reply came at 3 a.m. It was a single line. Resonance requires a source frequency. What is the source? Adrian knew then what he had to do. He had to listen to the stone, not with a machine, but with the only instrument left to him. He had to go down into the Necropoli Vaticana not as a trespasser, but as a pilgrim. He used his remaining academic prestige, calling in a lifetime of favors to secure legitimate scholarly access to the deepest levels of the necropolis, far from the tourist paths, for a study of sub-foundational iconography. The guide was a young, bored archaeologist from the Vatican museums. He led Adrian through the labyrinth of ancient tombs and streets. The bones of the pagan dead beneath the bones of the Christian martyrs. Adrian let the man's lecture wash over him, his own senses stretched taut. He felt the weight, the silence, the immense pressure of history. When they reached the restricted area, the wall that separated the public necropolis from the sealed chambers that lay directly under the basilica's transept, Adrian asked his prepared question about construction techniques. As the archaeologist pointed at the brickwork, Adrian placed his palm flat against the cool, damp tufa wall. He closed his eyes. He was not expecting to feel a vibration. He was expecting nothing, but something was there. Not a sound, not a tremor. A presence, a profound and absolute stillness that was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that absorbed all resonance. It was the silence at the heart of a bell after it has been struck. It was the quiet of a foundation that does not shift, does not sing, does not acknowledge the world above it all. He understood. The flaw Demetrius sought to amplify was not in the stone. It was in the expectation. The stone was just a stone, silent, whole, and indifferent. The crack was in the faith that needed it to be more. Demetrius, in his hatred, and Ephraim, in his ambition, and Adrian himself, in his desperate search for meaning. They were all the same. They were all trying to make the silent stone speak. He took his hand from the wall. The archaeologist was looking at him curiously. "Are you unwell, Professor?" "Perfectly well," Adrian said, and for the first time in months, it was not a lie. "I have seen everything I needed to see." He returned to the library. He sat in the wrong chair. He looked at the blank wall. And now he saw not a mystery, but a wall. The investigation was over. The final terrible truth was not a revelation, but a quiet, solid, and merciful silence. He got up, pushed the chair in neatly against the desk, and walked out of the carrel, leaving the dust to settle, undisturbed once more. The sun felt different on his skin as he emerged from the library, a simple warmth, without subtext. Rome continued around him, a city of layered stories, each true in its own stratum. He bought a coffee from a kiosk and drank it standing on the sidewalk, tasting only the coffee. The relief was immense, a physical unclenching of a fist he had not known he was holding. He did not return to the Carrel the next day, or the day after. He began packing his Roman apartment, his movements methodical. The artifacts of his obsession, the maps, the notes, the copied symbols, collected into a single cardboard box. He sealed it with tape, a gesture that felt more final than any report to Interpol. The phone rang as he was weighing the box in his hands, considering the post office. It was a Vatican number, but not one he recognized. Professor Voss. The voice was elderly, refined, and carried the quiet authority of deep-rooted institution. "This is Cardinal Enzo Fabri. I am the prefect of the Archivum Secretum. I understand your recent studies in the necropolis have concluded." Adrian's grip tightened on the phone. "They have, Your Eminence. A scholarly pursuit, of course, yet one that intersects with matters of historical sensitivity. I would be grateful if you could join me for a conversation. Not an interrogation. A dialogue between minds that appreciate the weight of silence." An hour later, Adrian was seated in an antechamber of the secret archives, a room that smelled of cedar and slow time. Cardinal Fabri was a small man with eyes like chips of flint, his cassock immaculate. He did not offer coffee. He steepled his fingers. "The Camerlengo Ephraim was a tragic figure," Fabri began, without preamble. "A man who heard a song that was not there. But you, Professor, you heard the silence. That is a far more dangerous thing." "Runnings." Adrian said nothing. "Demetrius and his order are not gone," Fabri continued, his voice a soft murmur. "They are a pattern of thought, a heresy of literalism. They believe that by stripping away the story you find truth. They do not understand that the story is the truth. The stone is silent. The story gives it a voice. The voice is what matters. The voice is what matters." "You knew," Adrian said, the realization dawning. "You knew about the Spicus Fidei. You knew about the machine. We are the keepers of stories, Professor. Some are written on parchment. Some are etched in stone. Some are written in frequencies and symbols. We monitor them all. We allowed Demetrius to proceed to a point. It was necessary to see the shape of his intention, to identify the nodes of his network. A cold clarity settled over Adrian. They had been pieces on a board, he and Celeste. Useful, but not essential. The church had run its own counter-operation, watching from the shadows, protecting its narrative not by confronting the attack, but by understanding it completely. "Why tell me this?" Adrian asked. "Because you have listened to the silence, and now you must choose. You can return to your university and teach your students about the symbolic structures of faith. You can live in the world of stories, which is the only world there is." The cardinal leaned forward slightly. "Or you can continue to listen to the silence, and if you do, you will eventually hear others listening with you. you will find Demetrius again, or his successors, and you will become part of a different story, a darker, simpler, and ultimately emptier one. It was not a threat. It was a map showing two paths. "I am done listening," Adrian said, and meant it. Cardinal Fabry smiled, a thin, papery expression. "Wise choice. The Bibliotheca Apostolica will miss your presence. The chair in Carol 17 has been righted, by the way." Adrian left the Vatican walls for the last time. He mailed the box to his university address, a relic of a closed case. He booked a flight home. On his final evening, he walked again, but without a map. He found himself at the Trevi Fountain, surrounded by the noise of wishes and rushing water. He took a single coin from his pocket, not to wish, but to participate in the story. He turned his back, closed his eyes, and tossed it over his shoulder. He heard the faint plink as it joined the millions below. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure reflected in the shop window across the piazza. A nondescript man standing still amidst the flow of the crowd. Demetrius, or someone like him. The man did not approach. He simply watched, his gaze a cool, patient acknowledgement. He held up one hand, and in it was a small, worn notebook. He placed it on a nearby newspaper stand, turned, and melted into the throng. Adrian stood frozen, the noise of the fountain crashing around him. The choice was here now, tangible. He could walk away, towards the taxi stand, towards the airport, towards the world of stories. Or he could cross the piazza and pick up the notebook. He thought of Celeste in her lab, of the bleeding hands and the neutral tone. He thought of the profound, indifferent silence in the stone. He thought of the Cardinal's warning, which was also an invitation. He did not move towards the notebook. He did not move towards the taxi. He stood at the center of the roaring story, the coin spent, the choice unmade, listening to the water, which was just water, and to the silence, which was just silence, waiting to see which one would speak his name first. Fountain's roar receded into a distant hum, a background static to the internal silence that now filled him. The notebook lay on the metal rack, a dark rectangle against the bright magazines. It was a test. From Demetrius, or from Fabry, or perhaps from the part of his own mind that could not accept a world without hidden patterns. To take it was to re-enter the labyrinth. To leave it was to declare the mystery solved, the case truly closed. He watched a tourist, a young woman with a backpack, pick up the notebook, flip through it with a frown, and then toss it into a nearby trash bin. She wiped her hands on her jeans as if it were dirty and walked away. The action was so mundane, so utterly devoid of significance, that it broke the spell. Adrian let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The grand choice evaporated. The notebook was just a discarded object, its contents likely a grocery list or a tourist's diary. Demetrius's gesture, if it was Demetrius, was a final, theatrical whisper meant to haunt him. It had failed. He turned and walked to the taxi stand. The ride to Fiumicino was quiet. He checked in, passed through security, and found his gate. The rituals of departure felt clean, procedural. He bought a bottle of water and a newspaper. As he sat waiting for boarding, he unfolded the paper. His eyes scanned the headlines without interest, until a small item in the culture section caught his eye. It was a notice about a private auction of Renaissance scientific instruments, to be held in Zurich the following week. Listed among the lots was an anonymous 16th century mechanical astrolabe with unique geomantic calibrations. The accompanying blurry photograph showed a brass device engraved with a familiar spiraling pattern. He read the notice 3 times. Zurich, London, where Celeste had taken a temporary visiting professorship at the EFE. It could be a coincidence. The art market was full of such curiosities. It could be a lure, another thread left dangling for him to pull. The gate agent announced the final boarding call for his flight to Boston. Adrian neatly folded the newspaper, leaving the page with the auction notice on top. He placed it on the empty seat beside him. He stood, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked to the jet bridge without looking back. The plane was a capsule of recycled air and soft engine noise. As it climbed over the Tyrrhenian Sea, he watched the coastline of Italy recede into a haze of blue and green. He felt a pang, not of loss, but of recognition. He was leaving the field of play. The game would continue without him. Demetrius would seek another amplifier. Fabry would watch and weave his counter-narratives. Celeste, in her lab, would perhaps chase the particle trails of that other, invisible world. They were all part of the same endless story, the human compulsion to make the silent stone speak. He would go home. He would teach his classes on hermeneutics. He would write his monograph. He would live in a world of stories, as Fabry had advised. But he knew, with a calm certainty, that he would never again sit in a chair without first checking its angle. He would never hear a sustained low hum without feeling a ghost of that malevolent frequency. The investigation was over, but the investigator remained, his senses permanently altered, listening always for the echo of a song that was, and was not, there. Somewhere over the Atlantic he fell into a shallow sleep. He dreamed not of spirals or stones, but of the library carol. In the dream he was sitting in the righted chair, perfectly aligned with the desk. The wall before him was no longer blank. It was a window, looking out onto a quiet, sunlit garden where a simple stone sat, moss-covered and ordinary. And from the stone, though he could not hear it, he knew a deep, foundational note was sounding, steady and pure, holding up the weight of the silent, spinning world. He woke as the plane bumped onto the tarmac in Boston, the dream's tranquility evaporating in the glare of the cabin lights. The familiar rituals of arrival, the queue at immigration, the wait at the baggage carousel, the damp chill of the New England air outside the terminal, felt like a costume he was putting back on. It fit, but it no longer felt entirely his. His university apartment was stale and quiet. He opened a window, letting in the sound of traffic and distant sirens, the mundane frequencies of a city with no ancient bones. The sealed box of his research sat in the middle of the floor. He left it there. He returned to teaching the following week. His students noticed a change. The professor who had once spun intricate, passionate webs of symbolic connection now spoke with a detached, almost serene clarity. He presented the structures of belief not as living mysteries, but as beautifully articulated maps. He was, his graduate students whispered, more brilliant and less accessible than ever. 3 weeks after his return, a padded envelope arrived at his department mailbox. It bore Swiss postage and had no return address. Inside was a single sheet of heavy paper. It was a photograph of the mechanical astrolabe from the auction notice, now captured in crisp, professional detail. The spiraling engraving was unmistakable. Across the bottom, in a precise, familiar hand, was written, Lot 37, sold, to a private foundation for preservation. It was Celeste's handwriting. He held the photograph under the light. She was telling him she had seen it. She was telling him it was real. She was telling him she was still looking. And she was telling him she knew he would understand the message. He did not reply. He placed the photograph in a drawer of his desk, atop a stack of ungraded papers. He continued his lectures. He began writing his monograph. Life assumed the shape of an aftermath. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, his office phone rang. The department secretary told him a visitor was asking for him. A man who would not give his name, but said the professor would know him. A cold certainty settled in Adrian's stomach. He told her to send him up. The man who entered was not Demetrius. He was younger, with a sharp, intelligent face and the tired eyes of an academic. He wore a dark overcoat beaded with rain. He closed the door softly behind him. "Professor Voss," the man said, his English lightly accented. "My name is Leo. I was a student of Ephraim's. Before." Adrian remained seated. "The Camerlengo is in a facility." "He is," Leo said. "He speaks in fragments, but he repeats one phrase. The silence is the source. He says you heard it." "I heard nothing," Adrian said, the lie smooth from practice. Leo smiled faintly. "Of course. But you left Rome, and the Cardinal Fabri has closed certain lines of inquiry within the archives. Yet the pattern persists. The foundation is silent, but the harmonics in the layers above it are not. The machine was a failure, but the principle was sound. We have been approaching it from the wrong angle." Adrian said nothing, waiting. "We are not Demetrius," Leo said, his voice dropping. "We do not seek to break. We seek to understand. To map the resonance not of the stone, but of the stories themselves. Their weight, their frequency, their power to shape reality. We have a place, a study group, you could call it, in Prague. We think you could contribute. You have walked to the edge. You have heard the void. That perspective is invaluable." He placed a plain white card on the desk. It bore only an email address, a string of numbers and letters. "The offer is open, not as a recruit, as a colleague." Leo nodded once, turned, and left as quietly as he had come. Adrian looked at the card. Prague. Another layered city, another nexus of stories in stone. He picked it up, feeling the crisp stock between his fingers. He could shred it. He could burn it. He could ignore it. Instead, he opened the drawer where Celeste's photograph lay. He slid the card beneath it, so that only a thin white edge protruded. He closed the drawer. Outside, the rain fell steadily, a neutral frequency against the window pane. He turned back to his computer screen, to the half-written page of his monograph. The cursor blinked, a tiny persistent pulse in the quiet room. He placed his fingers on the keys. He had a chapter to finish. He had a class to teach. He had a life to live in the world of stories. And beneath it all, in a locked drawer of his desk, two silent invitations lay waiting, their potential humming like a tuned string, waiting for the moment he might choose, after all, to pluck it. The chapter was on the hermeneutics of silence in early monastic texts. He wrote about the Desert Fathers, about the pursuit of a quietude so profound it became a form of speech. His prose was elegant, detached. He finished a paragraph and saved the document. The rain had stopped. A pale, watery light fell across the floorboards. He stood and went to the window. The city below was going about its business, a tapestry of mundane intentions. He thought of Prague, of its alchemical lanes and its castle that was less a fortress than a vast stone argument about power and time. He thought of the quiet, focused energy of a lab in Zurich. Two different methods of listening, two different ways to continue the work. He made a cup of tea. He graded 2 student essays. He did not open the drawer. That night he dreamed again of the garden and the stone. This time he was standing beside it. He reached out and placed his palm on the cool, damp moss. He felt it then, not a sound, but a vibration, a sub-audible hum that traveled up his arm and settled in the marrow of his bones. It was not malevolent. It was not benevolent. It simply was. The foundation. He woke in the dark, the sensation still echoing in his flesh. It was not a memory of the machine's assault. It was something else, older and quieter. A truth, not a revelation, but a fact. The silence had a texture, and he could feel it. The next morning he did not go to his office. He walked to the university library, a modern building of glass and steel. He requested a box of his own old papers, notes from his doctoral dissertation on medieval acoustics and theology. He spent the day in a public carrel, surrounded by undergraduates, reading his own youthful, fervent handwriting. He had been asking different versions of the same question for 20 years. At dusk, he returned to his apartment. He opened the drawer. He took out the photograph and the card. He did not look at the email address. He took a lighter from the kitchen drawer and held the flame to the corner of Leah's white card. It blackened, curled, and fell as ash into a ceramic bowl. He then held the photograph of the astrolabe. Celeste's handwriting glowed in the lamplight. He did not burn it. He slipped it between the pages of his old dissertation notes, a bookmark in a story he had never finished telling. He understood now. The choice was not between engagement and retreat. It was between being a seeker and being a keeper. Fabry was a keeper, curating the grand narrative. Demetrius had been a seeker who wanted to shatter the vase to see what made the echo. Ephraim had sought a song that would make him its instrument. Adrian would be neither. He would be a witness. He would live in the world of stories, as he had decided. But he would no longer pretend the silence beneath them was empty. He would acknowledge the hum. He would feel its vibration in the pages of a book, in the lines of a lecture, in the rain on the window. He would not pursue it. He would not weaponize it. He would simply know it was there. He emailed Celeste that evening. A single line. Received your postcard. The garden is quiet here. I hope yours is too. She would understand. He was not coming to Zurich. He was not joining her search. But he was acknowledging hers. He was affirming the connection, without following the thread. Her reply came an hour later, equally brief. My garden is all noise and light, but the soil is interesting. Stay well, Adrian. He deleted the email. He finished his monograph. He called it The Unspoken Foundation. Silence as a structural principle in sacred architecture. It was well received. He was promoted. Years later, on a sabbatical, he found himself in Prague for a conference. He gave a paper on the acoustic properties of Gothic vaults. One evening, he walked alone across the Charles Bridge. He stopped halfway, looking at the floodlit castle on the hill. He felt a presence beside him. It was Leo, older, his hair now gray at the temples. He said nothing for a long moment, watching the same view. You never contacted us, Leo said finally. No, Adrian replied. We continued. We have made interesting maps. I'm sure you have. Leo turned to him. The offer still stands. The need for a witness is greater than ever. Adrian smiled. A small, private thing. I am already witnessing, he said. He meant the river, the castle, the stars, the solid, ancient stone of the bridge beneath his feet. He meant the silent foundation, holding it all up. Leo studied his face, then nodded slowly, as if confirming a long-held hypothesis. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd of tourists and lovers and street musicians. Adrian stayed until the chill seeped into his coat. He felt the great, quiet vibration of the city, a symphony of stories built upon a deep and wordless note. He listened to it all, the noise and the silence together, and then he walked back to his hotel, a man at peace in the middle of the story, needing no other role. Story 4. The air in the library tasted of 3 things: old paper, expensive bourbon, and something else. It was the third thing that caught in Emmanuel's throat, a faint, metallic whisper beneath the scent of leather and wood polish, like a copper penny held on the tongue too long. It was the smell of a thing out of place, a chemical ghost. He stood just inside the doorway, letting the silence of the great house settle around him, his eyes cataloging the scene not as a room, but as a statement. Floor-to-ceiling books stood as solemn as jurors. A Persian rug, deep in red, drank the afternoon light filtering through leaded windows. And in the center of it, a high-backed leather chair, turned slightly away from the massive oak desk, as if its occupant had merely paused to consider the fire. Bennett Ashford was past considering anything. He was a still life of wealth interrupted, his head resting against the wing of the chair, a crystal tumbler, empty, on the floor beside his dangling fingers. To the village of Stone's Hollow, Bennett was the bedrock, the old money that paved the roads and quieted the complaints and kept the world at a polite, manageable distance. To Emmanuel, called from the city because the county sheriff felt the gravity of the thing was beyond his pay grade, he was a problem in a beautiful room. The local doctor, Irving Lowe, had pronounced it a cardiac event. The sheriff had seen no sign of struggle. The housekeeper, Fern, had found him just like this at noon. It was tidy. It was convenient. It stank. Emmanuel moved into the room, his shoes whispering on the rug. He did not touch the body. He leaned down, his face close to Bennett's, and inhaled. The metallic scent was stronger here, a tang almost like ozone after a lightning strike, buried under the cloying sweetness of the bourbon. He noted the faint, almost imperceptible bluish tint to the man's lips, the minute petechial constellations in the whites of his staring eyes. He straightened up and looked at the doctor, who hovered near the door with the sheriff. Irving Lowe was a man carved from gentle wood, with kind eyes and careful hands that now clasped a medical bag as if it were a shield. "You're certain it was his heart, Doctor?" Irving's smile was thin, professional. Given his age, his history, the absence of any trauma, it's the most logical conclusion, Detective. A tragedy, but a natural one. "Logic?" Emmanuel echoed, his voice soft. "It's a funny thing. It often dresses up the truth in the clothes of convenience." He turned to the sheriff. "I want a full toxicology screen. Everything. And sealed this room." The resistance was a quiet, communal force. Stone's Hollow did not like seals. It did not like questions. It preferred its secrets folded into the landscape, buried like the smooth, cold stones in the river that gave the town its name. Emmanuel felt it as he walked the manicured lanes, the eyes from behind lace curtains, the paused conversations on porches. The village was a closed fist, and Bennett Ashford had been the knuckles. He began with the house. Fern, the housekeeper, was a woman of angles and starch, her face a map of pressed lips and watchful eyes. She moved through the gloom of Ashford House like a shadow with a dust rag. "He was a private man," she said, polishing the same spot on a mahogany newel post for the third time. "A good employer. He valued discretion. Did he have many visitors lately? Anyone who might have upset him?" Her polishing stopped. Her eyes, the color of tarnished silver, met his. Mr. Ashford was not a man to be upset. He was a man who did the upsetting when necessary. It was the first crack in the facade. A sliver of truth slipped through like a blade. She offered nothing more. Enzo, the butler, was a different kind of quiet. Where Fern was sharp, he was soft, a man who seemed to have absorbed the silence of the halls. He served Emmanuel tea in the morning room, with funereal precision. His routine was immutable, Enzo said. Breakfast at 18 Dial. The newspaper, the mail, the library until lunch. He saw his niece, Miss Angelina, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. He took a walk at 4, rain or shine, often with Mr. Cecil from next door. And last night, did he deviate? A pause, almost too slight to notice. Hare received a package. In the Evening Post. He took it to the library. He did not ring for his usual nightcap. What kind of package? I did not see. It was not my place to see. Enzo's gaze was fixed on a point beyond Emmanuel's shoulder, somewhere in the middle distance of perfect service. Angelina Ashford was all nervous light and fluttering hands. She was young, with her uncle's commanding bone structure softened by a tremulous vulnerability. She wore her grief like an ill-fitting dress. "He was all I had," she said, her voice breaking on the words. They sat in a sunroom, a glass-walled space filled with the ghosts of orchids. "My parents, he took me in. He was stern. But he was family." Emmanuel knew about the will. The sheriff had mentioned it, almost apologetically. The entirety of the Ashford estate, a fortune that dripped down through generations of New England granite, passed to Angelina, sole heir. No conditions. Motive lay over her like a pall, almost visible in the dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. He was healthy, Angelina insisted, twisting a handkerchief. I mean, for his age, he never complained. Dr. Lowe was always so attentive. "You saw him yesterday?" "For a tea. As usual. We talked about the garden. He was quiet, preoccupied maybe, but not unwell." She looked out at the vast, sculpted grounds. "He loved this place. He would never want to leave it." Cecil, the neighbor, was a man who had made it a career of being agreeable. He lived in a smaller, perfect replica of an English cottage next to the Ashford estate, a man forever in the shadow of the great house. He was a bird watcher, a chronicler of weather, a bearer of trivial news. "Terrible business," he said, offering Emmanuel a chair on his immaculate porch. "Just terrible. Saw him on his walk yesterday. Right on schedule. We spoke about the forecast. Rain coming, I said. He just nodded. Seemed a bit distant now that I think on it. Did he ever speak of being afraid? Of anyone?" Cecil's laugh was a dry rustle. "Bennett? Afraid? He was the fear in other men detective. Knew everything about everyone. Not in a malicious way, mind you. He just understood leverage, kept the town in balance." He sipped his lemonade. "A necessary evil, some might say. But a guardian angel, too. He funded the school, the clinic, Dr. Lowe's new wing. That was Bennett. The toxicology report was a slow poison in itself. It took days, during which the metallic scent in Emmanuel's memory never faded. It came back on a whisper from the state lab. Traces of a compound, rare and complex, a pharmaceutical ghost that mimicked cardiac arrest with chilling precision. It was not a drug of street corners. It was a tool of elegant malice. Emmanuel's investigation became a slow, deliberate peeling back of layers. He found a discreet pharmacy 2 towns over where Irving Lowe filled prescriptions. He found the records, perfectly in order, for Bennett's heart medication. He also found, buried in a separate log, a purchase of potassium chloride, a substance harmless in normal amounts, deadly in concentrated, deliberate ones. The signature was a neat, familiar script. Dr. Irving Lowe. Confrontation, Emmanuel had learned, was best done in the quiet. He found the doctor in his office at the clinic, the very one Bennett had funded. The room smelled of antiseptic and regret. Emmanuel laid the photocopied logs on the polished desk. He said nothing. Irving Lowe looked at them, and the gentle mask he wore for the town crumbled into something tired and profoundly sad. He did not deny it. "You think you understand," he said, his voice hollow. "You see a killer. A greedy man, perhaps, in league with the niece. That's the story, isn't it? The doctor and the heiress. Daniel. Chantachain. Tell me your story." Irving leaned back, his gaze drifting to a photograph on his desk. A younger him, with a woman and a bright-eyed boy. Bennett Ashford was a cancer. He didn't just know secrets. He cultivated them. He watered them. "My son, my boy made a mistake. A terrible, stupid mistake, driving too fast. A girl from a poor family hurt. Bennett covered it up, made it go away. And from that moment, I belonged to him. My practice, my decisions, my He looked at Emmanuel, his eyes clear and desperate. The package Enzo mentioned. It was a final piece of leverage. Something from the past, about my wife. He was going to use it to force me to sign over my clinic's land to him. To finally own every piece of me, and my family's memory. So you killed him. I ended him, Irving corrected softly. I used the knowledge he forced me to possess. I walked in during our usual evening check-in. He was gloating, holding the letter. I gave him an injection, something that would stop his heart and leave that. Scent you noticed, a byproduct of the compound. I knew it. I counted on no one else knowing it. I made it look like the failure of the very organ he used to metaphorically crush people. He gave a short, bleak laugh. It was a medical correction. It was perfect. It was almost poetic. Emmanuel had the confession. He had the means. The motive was a tapestry of quiet tyranny. He prepared to make the arrest, the pieces locking into place with a satisfying final click. But the metallic scent still haunted him. It lingered in his dreams. That copper penny, ozone ghost. It was the smell of the truth, but it was also the smell of something missing. The night before he was to take Irving in, he walked the perimeter of Ashford House again. The rain Cecil had predicted fell in a cold, murmuring drizzle. He saw a light in the garden shed. Inside, he found Fern, not sleeping, but sitting on a crate, staring at a wall of gardening tools. She did not startle at his entrance. You knew, Emmanuel said, not a question. I know many things, she replied. Her voice was stripped of its starch, raw and old. I know the doctor thinks he killed for love. A noble poison. He's a good man. A weak man, but good. Thinks he killed. She turned her tarnished silver eyes on him. The dosage, the one he used. I heard him confess to you. It was subtle, clever, but it would have taken minutes. Agonizing, conscious minutes. Bennett would have cried out. He would have fought. He did not. She stood, a slow uncoiling. I served that man for 40 years. I saw what he did to the doctor's son. I saw what he did to others. To a young girl who used to work here, who he cast out. To Miss Angelina's spirit, bending it to his will. The doctor's poison was in the bourbon. I found the glass, the residue. I washed it. I poured a clean measure from the... Emmanuel felt the world tilt. What are you saying? I am saying the doctor's poison was too slow. I am saying that when Mr. Bennett took that sip, felt the first wrong pang, he reached for his emergency nitro tablets. He kept them in a small enamel box on his desk. She pointed a bony finger into the dark house. Go and look. The box is there. Open it. Emmanuel walked back through the rain, his heart a drum. He entered the sealed library, the see-now museum of a lie. He went to the desk, found the small, elegant enamel box. He opened it. Inside, nestled in velvet, were 2 tiny pills, and beside them, a single long, sharp pin, the kind used for securing a corsage or a hat. Its tip was stained with a tiny, dark, almost invisible crust. Fern's voice seemed to whisper in his ear. He would have put the pill under his tongue. The pin was dipped in something faster, something I learned about from my mother, who learned it from hers. A quick, sharp sting on the tongue, a sleep that comes in a breath. The heart stops, yes, but the struggle stops first. The doctor's poison was still in him. It would be found. It would point to him, a man with a reason, a man who deserved to be free of his cage. My only mistake was the scent. The reaction of his poison with mine, it left that smell. I didn't know. B. Emmanuel stood in the dark library, the box in his hand. He had 2 confessions. One from a man who believed himself a murderer. One from a woman who knew she was. One act of desperate paternal love, botched. One act of long, patient vengeance, perfected. Which was the truth? Which was the crime? He thought of Angelina, free now. Of Irving, broken but released. Of Cecil, watching from next door, perhaps knowing more than he ever said. Of the village, sighing in collective relief, the fist unclenching. In the morning, Emmanuel closed his notebook. He told the sheriff that upon further reflection, and considering the full toxicology report in light of Bennett Ashford's profound and complex cardiac history, the case was without definitive proof of foul play. The exotic compound could have been a bizarre metabolic reaction, a tragic, natural, if unusual, end. The sheriff, relieved, agreed. The town buried Bennett Ashford with pomp and quiet celebration. Emmanuel left Stone's Hollow as the last of the autumn leaves fell. He never filed a report. He never spoke of the enamel box. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of his own city nights, he would catch a phantom whisper of it. That metallic, coppery, ozone ghost. It was the smell of a secret kept. It was the smell of two poisons meeting in a dying man's blood. One an arrow of rage, the other a dagger of mercy, both finding their mark. It was the smell of a balance restored, not by the law, but by the older, deeper mathematics of guilt and retribution. He wondered if Irving Lowe ever looked at his son and felt the unearned grace of his freedom. He wondered if Fern ever looked at the clean, quiet halls of Ashford House and felt the cold satisfaction of a 40-year debt, finally paid in full. The truth was not a single thing. It was a layering, a palimpsest of motives and actions, where the final, fatal act was not a solution, but a collaboration between two different kinds of hate, and perhaps, in their own twisted ways, two different kinds of love. The case dissolved in his mind, not into clarity, but into a permanent, haunting fog. He knew what had happened. He knew who had done it. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than any clear verdict ever could, that justice and the law were not even distant cousins in the quiet, stone-filled hollows of the world. They were strangers who had never met and never would. The train ride back to the city was a long, gray corridor of thought. Emmanuel stared at his reflection in the glass, superimposed over the rushing blur of barren trees and stone walls. He had left the enamel box exactly where he found it. He imagined Fern retrieving it, disposing of the pin, leaving only the innocent pills. A final tidying. The case was a locked room within a locked room, and he had thrown away the key. His superior, Captain Morelli, took the verbal summary with a grunt and a dismissive wave. Rich old man's heart gives out. Shocker. Waste of your time, Vale. Better things to do here. Emmanuel did not disagree. He slipped back into the rhythm of urban crime, blunt, noisy and simple in its greed and rage. But the quiet of Stone's Hollow had infected him. He found himself listening for the silences in interrogations, watching for the things not done, the words not said. He received a letter a month later, on heavy cream-colored stationery. No return address. The postmark was Stone's Hollow. Inside was a single pressed orchid petal, the color of a pale winter sky, and a note in a precise angular hand he did not recognize. It read, "The garden is at peace. Thank you for your discretion." It was signed with a single, elaborate AA. Angelina. Or perhaps, he thought, the AA stood for Ashford, a name now hers to redefine. He burned the letter and the petal in his ashtray, the smoke carrying no metallic ghost, only the scent of dry floral dust. He saw Dr. Lowe once by chance 6 months later. It was at a medical conference in the city where Emmanuel was liaising on a case. Irving Lowe was giving a talk on rural healthcare initiatives. He looked older, but the gentle, carved wood quality was returning, the desperation replaced by a fragile calm. After the lecture, their eyes met across the crowded lobby. Lowe's gaze held his for a moment, a silent acknowledgement, devoid of guilt, filled instead with a profound, weary gratitude. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, then turned to accept a colleague's congratulations. He was free. He believed himself a killer who had gotten away with it, and that belief was the last thread of Bennett Ashford's hold on him. Emmanuel had not cut it. He had simply refused to pull it taut. Fern, he knew, he would never see or hear from again. She was a creature of that house, and the house was now a mausoleum under Angelina's ownership, likely to be sold or shuttered. Her vengeance was complete, her account settled. She would fade into the lore of the place, another silent ghost in the library. The lesson of Stone's Hollow settled deep in Emmanuel's bones. He began to solve cases differently, not just by assembling facts, but by feeling for the negative spaces around them. He became known for his intuition, a reputation he disliked because he knew it wasn't intuition at all. It was the recognition of a pattern he had seen before. The truth as a collaboration, justice as a private transaction. Years later, in a case involving a corrupt landlord and a suspicious fire, he caught a familiar scent in a charred apartment. Not metallic, but chemical. A sharp note of accelerant buried under the reek of smoke and ruin. The evidence pointed clearly to a desperate tenant, but Emmanuel looked at the landlord's smug, clean hands, and he saw Bennett Ashford. He looked at the weary, frightened tenant and saw Irving Lowe, and he wondered, as he sifted through the ashes, if there was a Fern here too, someone with a longer memory and a sharper, more final solution waiting in the wings. He closed the case on the tenant, but he made a quiet, unofficial visit to the landlord, laying out not legal threats, but a simple, cold recitation of all the secrets he had uncovered about his business. The harassment of tenants stopped. The building was brought to code. He knew then that he had not left Stone's Hollow behind. He had brought its quiet, stony logic with him into the heart of the noisy city. He had become, in his own way, a keeper of the balance. Not a judge, not an executioner, but a man who understood the scent of a secret, the weight of a debt, and the sometimes terrible silence of a justice that the law could never comprehend. The fog never lifted. He simply learned to see in it. The memory of the pin in the enamel box became a touchstone, a dark star around which his professional ethics slowly orbited, their trajectory forever altered. He married a sharp-eyed journalist who loved puzzles, but he never told her this one. Some truths were too heavy to share, their contours too sharp for a happy home. She knew only that he had a peculiar sensitivity to certain smells, and that he would sometimes grow distant and still, his gaze fixed on nothing, as if listening to a conversation from a great distance. He rose through the ranks, his clearance rate a thing of quiet legend. He solved the impossible cases, the ones with too many clues or none at all, by looking for the story beneath the story. He sought out the Ferns and the Irvings, the people caught in the gears of power, and he learned when to make an arrest and when to simply adjust the pressure. He became, to the criminals who understood such things, a more dangerous man than a straightforward cop-out. He was unpredictable. He sometimes seemed to be on their side, until he wasn't. When Angelina Ashford died, decades later, a reclusive and famously generous philanthropist, her obituary made the national papers. Emmanuel, nearing retirement himself, read over his morning coffee. She had never married. She had turned the Ashford fortune into a foundation for women's education and legal aid. The article mentioned her beloved uncle, Bennett, whose tragic early death had inspired her life of service. Emmanuel put the paper down, a faint bitter taste in his mouth that had nothing to do with the coffee. The myth had solidified, polished by time and charity. The truth was now buried under layers of respectable narrative, just as Bennett was buried under 6 feet of New England soil. That afternoon, a package arrived at his office. It was small, wrapped in plain brown paper, postmarked from a town in Vermont he'd never heard of. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was the enamel box. It was empty, clean, the velvet lining faded but intact. There was no note. He turned it over in his hands, feeling the smooth, cool surface. After a long moment, he opened a drawer in his desk, a drawer that contained only a few personal effects. A spare pair of reading glasses, a photograph of his wife. He placed the box inside and closed the drawer. It made a soft, final click. He did not wonder who had sent it. He knew. It was a receipt, a confirmation that the ledger was, at last, fully closed. The last keeper of the secret was passing it back to him, absolving herself even of the memory. He was the sole archive now. That night, he dreamed not of the library, but of the garden shed. Fern was there, but she was young, her hands stained with earth, not blood. She was planting something. When she moved aside, he saw it was a single pale orchid, its roots tangled not in soil, but in a knot of silver pins and tiny, crumbling pills. It bloomed before his eyes, releasing not a scent, but a sound. The deep, quiet sigh of a house when a heavy door is finally, firmly shut. He woke up clear-headed. The haunting fog that had lingered for so long had dissipated. The case was over, truly over. He got up and made breakfast. The ordinary sounds of his kitchen a comforting melody. Later, he would go to work and solve a simple, brutal mugging with straightforward evidence and an uncomplicated arrest. But for now, he stood at the window, watching the city wake up. He understood that his role had never been to deliver justice, but to recognize it when it had already been served, and to know enough to step aside. The law was a blueprint. Justice was the house that people built, sometimes with terrible tools, in the spaces the law could never reach. And he, Emmanuel Vale, had spent a lifetime learning to be a quiet witness to the architecture of it all. The mugging case was closed by lunch. The paperwork was a dry, binary affair. Guilty. Not guilty. The world his captain inhabited was built on such certainties. Emmanuel signed the forms with his usual precise signature, but his mind kept drifting to the drawer, to the weight of the empty box. It was a week later, while reviewing a cold case file, a warehouse fire from the 70s with a suspicious insurance payout, that he found it. A small, faded photograph, paper clipped to a witness statement. It showed a group of workers, smiling stiffly. In the background, barely in focus, was a young man leaning against a truck. He had a familiar, watchful stillness. Emmanuel squinted, then reached for a magnifying glass. The man's face was unclear, but his posture, the tilt of his head, was unmistakable. It was Cecil, the neighbor from Stone's Hollow. Decades younger, but undeniably him. The witness statement was from the warehouse foreman, describing a quiet, competent night watchman who had quit suddenly just before the fire. Emmanuel sat back, the hum of the office fading away. He saw Cecil on his porch, whittling, his eyes missing nothing. Things have a way of balancing out, he had said. Had he been speaking from philosophical observation or from experience? Had he, too, once been a keeper of the balance? The possibility sent a ripple through Emmanuel's settled understanding. Stone's Hollow was not an isolated incident. It was a pattern, a hidden current in the world. There were others, Ferns and Cecils and Irvings, and perhaps even the occasional Emmanuel Vale, moving through history, quietly correcting scales. He did not pursue the connection. He closed the cold case file and returned it to the archives. Some threads were not meant to be pulled, but the knowledge changed him. One final time. It lifted a burden he hadn't known he still carried. He was not alone. He was part of a silent, unacknowledged tradition. There was no fellowship, No secret handshake, only the occasional glimpse of a familiar shape in the fog. On his last day of work, cleaning out his desk, he hesitated at a drawer with the enamel box. He took it out, held it for a moment, then slipped it into the pocket of his overcoat. He did not take it home. Instead, he walked down to the river, to the old industrial wharf that was slowly being reclaimed by the city. He stood for a long time in the twilight, the water dark and swift below. Then, with a gentle underhand motion, he sent the box sailing out into the current. It landed with a soft plop and was gone, swallowed by the water and the gathering dark. He felt no loss, only a quiet transfer. The river would carry it away, sink it in mud, or break it against a stone. The artifact was gone. The truth remained, but it was no longer his to hold. It was released, like a debt finally paid down to zero. He turned and walked back towards the lights of the city, his steps lighter than they had been in years. The metallic scent was just a memory now, a phantom limb of his conscience. He knew he would never smell it again. The case was over. The balance was kept. And he was at last simply a man walking home. The rain began again, a fine cold mist that beaded on the wool of his coat. He turned up his collar, his hand brushing the pocket where the box had been. It felt right. This final relinquishment. The river had taken it, and with it, the last tangible proof of that autumn in Stone's Hollow. All that remained was the shape of the story, worn smooth by time, like a stone in a stream. He expected peace, and for a time, it was there. Retirement was a strange, spacious room he was learning to inhabit. He puttered in a small garden, read novels without analyzing the motives, and laughed with his wife at simple, silly things. But the habit of observation, the tuning to the silent frequencies of human trouble, did not shut off like a switch. He found himself noticing the young couple next door, the tense set of the husband's shoulders as he left for work, the averted eyes of the wife. He heard the sharp, muffled arguments through the wall. It was common, mundane misery, Daita. The law had no grip here. But one evening, seeing the woman's bruised wrist as she took in her mail, he felt the old, cold clarity return. He did not call the police. Instead, he waited for the husband to be gone, then knocked on the door. When she opened it, weary and tired, he did not offer sympathy. He offered information. He told her, in calm, precise terms, about a lawyer he knew who worked for a non-profit, about a safe place she could go, about the specific, documented patterns of men like her husband, and how their careers could crumble under the right kind of scrutiny. He gave her a card, not his, but Angelina Ashford's foundation. They can help, he said, quietly. She took the card, her eyes wide, not with fear, but with a dawning, fierce hope. He simply nodded and walked back to his own house. He had not intervened. He had adjusted the pressure. Later that night, sitting in his armchair, he understood the final truth Stone's Hollow had taught him. The fog was not a condition to be escaped. It was the native climate of the human heart. His role had never been to dispel it, but to navigate within it, to sometimes guide others through, and to recognize when the path had been cleared by hands more decisive than his own. The enamel box was gone, but the balance remained, a perpetual, silent equation. And he, even now, was a part of its solving. The rain stopped. The silence in his living room was complete. He listened to it, this new quiet of his life, and understood it was not an absence of sound, but a different kind of listening. He was hearing the hum of the world's hidden machinery, the soft click of scales settling. He would never be free of it, and he found, to his surprise, that he no longer wanted to be. A month later, the young woman next door left. It was a Tuesday morning. A plain sedan pulled up, not a taxi. Emmanuel watched from his window as she placed a single suitcase in the trunk. She did not look back at the house. Before getting in the car, she paused, turned her head, and looked directly at his window. She did not smile. She gave a single, slow nod, identical to the one Irving Lowe had given him a lifetime ago. Then she was gone. His wife, coming in with the newspaper, saw the look on his face. "Everything all right?" she asked. "Yes," he said, and meant it. A balance was restored. She smiled, not understanding the depth of his words, and kissed his cheek. "You and your mysteries. Come have coffee." He followed her, the ordinary sunlight of the kitchen falling across the table. He picked up his mug, the warmth seeping into his hands. He thought of Fern, likely gone from this earth, of Angelina, whose charity was both penance and power, of Irving Lowe, who had lived his life believing he was a monster, and had therefore become a saint, of Cecil, whittling on a porch somewhere, or perhaps nowhere at all. He was the last one left who knew the full story. But stories, he realized, were not meant to be kept. They were meant to become soil. From them, other things grew. Compassion, caution, a strange and personal justice. The case of Bennett Ashford was a seed planted deep in him, and it had borne a peculiar, enduring fruit. The ability to see the invisible threads and to know when to leave them be. He finished his coffee. He would meet a friend for lunch. He would weed the garden. The day awaited, simple and full. And beneath it all, quiet as a stone in a hollow, the balance held. The friend he met for lunch was an old colleague, now a precinct captain. They talked of golf, of grandchildren, of the city's changing skyline. The captain complained about a new breed of criminal, all cyber ghosts and digital wallets. "No smell to it, Vale," he grumbled. "No feeling, just code." Emmanuel nodded, but he disagreed. There was always a smell. It was just a different kind of scent. The ozone of rage in a typed threat, the musty odor of neglect in an abandoned server farm. The medium changed. The human geometry did not. There would still be tyrants and victims, still those who took and those who fought back in the only ways left to them. The ferns of the future would wield keyboards, not gardening shears. The thought was neither comforting nor alarming. It was simply true. Walking home, he took a detour through the park. The afternoon was fading, the light long and golden. On a bench, an old man was feeding pigeons. As Emmanuel passed, the man looked up. Their eyes met. It wasn't Cecil. This man's face was rounder, his hair white and thin, but there was a quality in his gaze, a patient, measuring stillness that made Emmanuel's step hesitate for a fraction of a second. The old man gave a slow, deliberate blink, then turned back to his birds, scattering a handful of crumbs. Emmanuel walked on, a faint, unreadable smile touching his lips. Perhaps he was imagining it. Perhaps not. It didn't matter. The recognition, if that's what it was, required no acknowledgement. It was enough to know the landscape was still populated, that the quiet work of equilibrium went on in parks and in server halls, in old stone houses and in cramped apartments. He arrived at his own doorstep. The light was on in the kitchen window. His wife was humming inside. He stood for a moment on the porch, the key in his hand. He looked back at the street, at the ordinary world of parked cars and swaying trees. He thought of the empty enamel box, tumbling in the dark river current, and of the young woman's nod from the driveway. He thought of the orchid's silent sigh in his dream. Then he turned the key, opened the door, and stepped inside into the warm, well-lit room where his life was lived. He hung up his coat. He called out to his wife that he was home. The door closed behind him, not with a final click, but with a soft, familiar sigh of its own. The dinner was simple, a stew she had made from a recipe in the paper. They ate at the small table, the conversation meandering and light. He helped with the dishes, drying each plate with a methodical care. The domestic rhythm was a balm, a tangible counterpoint to the vast, silent calculus he had lived with for so long. Later, in bed, his wife asleep beside him, he lay awake watching the pattern of headlights from the street slide across the ceiling. His mind was not troubled, but it was active, tracing the invisible lines that connected his life. The young woman was safe. The husband, he had learned through a casual inquiry to an old contact, had been passed over for a promotion he desperately wanted. A quiet derailment that had nothing to do with the law, and everything to do with a discreet word about his character. The pressure had been adjusted. The scale had found its level. He realized then that he had been wrong about one thing. He was not the last archive of Stone's Hollow. He had passed it on, not the details, but the principle. The woman with the bruised wrist now carried a seed of it. The lawyer at the foundation wielded a branch of its logic. It was replicating not as a story, but as a method, a way of seeing, a way of acting. This was the true legacy of Fern's terrible garden. Not a single act of vengeance, but a slow, spreading understanding that some justice grows in the shade, patient and deep-rooted. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in memory, he did not dream of pins or orchids or fog. He dreamed of a forest, vast and old, where the light fell in dappled patterns on the soft ground, and where things grew unseen. In the quiet dark. Story 5. The hallway was wrong. That was the first thing Humberto Vega noticed upon pushing open the heavy oak door to his daughter's apartment. The door his key still turned in. The door he paid for. It was a feeling before it was a thought. A visceral unease that started in the hollow of his chest and spread cold tendrils down his arms. The proportions were off. The long, polished corridor of the penthouse, which should have framed a spectacular view of the city's skyline at its far end, seemed to have grown longer, or the ceiling lower, compressing the space into a tunnel. The expensive, abstract painting that usually hung precisely halfway down the left wall, a splash of crimson and indigo, was now a foot too close to the entrance. It was a subtle shift, the kind a man might dismiss as a trick of anxiety, but Humberto was a man who built empires on precision. He knew the dimensions of his own investments. Someone had moved it, perhaps to cover a scuff on the wallpaper, or a crack in the plaster, perhaps for some other, less benign reason. The silence was the second thing. Not the quiet of an empty home, but a thick, swallowed silence, as if the air itself had been packed with cotton. The faint hum of the refrigerator was absent. The gentle tick of the vintage clock on the marble console had ceased. He called her name, Mariana, and the word fell into the hallway and died there, producing no echo. His polished leather shoes made no sound on the Persian runner. It was this auditory vacuum that led him, step by silent step, past the displaced painting toward the great room. He found no sign of struggle. The vast living area, all cream and steel and glass, was immaculate. The sun, setting in a smear of tangerine and bruised purple behind the skyscrapers, laid long, accusing fingers across the pristine floors. A single crystal tumbler sat on the edge of a side table, half full of an amber liquid that had long since gone flat and warm. Beside it, a lipstick stain, a violent rose color that was not his daughter's shade. Mariana favored nudes, barely their pinks. This was the color of a shout. He picked up the glass, the ice long melted, and the condensation that had pooled beneath it revealed a perfect, ghostly ring on the polished wood. It was the only imperfection in the room. The ransom call came 2 hours later, as Humberto sat in the dark, the untouched glass before him. His phone vibrated on the table, an alien insect. The voice was flat, digitally blurred. A voice that came from nowhere and everywhere. "We have your daughter. She is alive. You will receive instructions. Tell no one. If you contact the police, we will send her back to you in a grocery bag. piece by piece. Do you understand? Ah, evasione. He understood. He understood the way an animal understands the snake's coil a moment before the strike. A primal cellular understanding. He said yes. The line went dead. The city's lights began to wink on below, a galaxy of indifference. Mariana woke to the smell of damp concrete, mildew, and the coppery tang of old blood. Her head was a solid block of pain. The room was a concrete box, perhaps 10 by 10, with a single metal door and a high, grimy window reinforced with chicken wire, through which a sickly yellow light filtered. A bare mattress, stained and thin, lay in a corner. She was on it. Her silk blouse was torn at the shoulder. The delicate gold chain with her grandmother's pendant was gone from her throat. The door opened with a screech of protesting hinges. A man stood silhouetted against the brighter light of a corridor. He was big, not tall but wide, with a thickness that spoke of brute strength rather than gym conditioning. He stepped in, and the door closed behind him. He had a face that seemed assembled from mismatched parts. A broad, flat nose, small, dark eyes set too close together, a mouth that was a mere slit. He held a plastic bottle of water in a paper bag. "Here," he said, his voice gravel in a tin can. He tossed them onto the mattress near her feet. "Eat." "Who are you?" Her own voice was a rasp. "What do you want?" "I'm Benny. What we want is your daddy's money. Simple. You behave, you live. You don't." He trailed off, his eyes performing a slow, crude inventory of her. The threat did not need finishing. It hung in the damp air, more palpable than the words. He left. The lock clicked, a sound of terrible finality. Mariana hugged her knees to her chest, the tremor starting deep in her core. She was a specimen in a concrete jar. The fear was absolute, a white noise in her brain. But beneath it, a strange, quiet observation began. The way he moved, with a kind of rolling arrogance. The cheap, too-tight fabric of his shirt across his shoulders. The dirt under his fingernails. He was just a man. A violent, ugly man. But a man. She had been raised by a titan. A man who commanded boardrooms with a whisper. This was a different kind of power, raw and immediate. It was, in its horrific way, fascinating. Days passed, marked only by the visits of Benny and the other one, Jeffrey. Benny was the engine, all blunt force and greed. Jeffrey was the shadow. He was younger, lean, with restless hands and eyes that never seemed to blink. He spoke rarely, but when he did, his voice was soft, almost melodic. He was the one who brought food, who checked the ropes on her wrists and ankles, his touch lingering, clinical and cold. He was the one who would sit on a folding chair in the corner and just watch her for an hour, his head tilted, as if she were a complex equation he was trying to solve. "You're not like I thought you'd be," Jeffrey said one evening. Benny was out, making arrangements, a phrase that filled the room with unspoken dread. The only sound was the drip of water from a pipe in the corner. "How did you think I'd be?" Mariana asked. She had learned to keep her voice neutral, a flat line. Any tremor, any tear seemed to feed something in Jeffrey. Crying, begging, promising things. He smiled, a thin, lipless stretching of skin. "You just sit. You watch. Like you're at the movies." "What's the point of crying?" she said. And it was not entirely a performance. A deep, frozen part of her had shut down. The part that was Humberto Vega's daughter, however, was analyzing the screen, assessing the players. "No point," Jeffrey agreed. He stood and walked over to her. He didn't touch her. He just stood close, and she could smell him. Sweat, nicotine, and something chemical, like Atotone. It's more interesting this way. Benny thinks you're a thing. A wallet with legs. I see more. He left her then, with that cryptic statement hanging in the foul air. That night, listening to the rats skitter in the walls, Mariana realized something. Her fear of Benny was clean. A fear of annihilation. Her fear of Jeffrey was a slow, creeping chill. A fear of being dissected while still alive. The plan, as Benny laid it out during one of his ranting monologues, was simple. They had a contact, a disgruntled former security consultant from Vega Industries, who provided schedules, habits, vulnerabilities. They would take her, hide her here in this abandoned water treatment plant on the industrial riverfront, and extract a ransom so large it would be a legend. 5 million, untraceable, used bills, a one-time transaction. Then she would be released, blindfolded, in some remote location. A clean business deal, Benny grunted, as if convincing himself. But the cracks appeared almost immediately. The contact got greedy, demanded a larger cut. Benny refused. An argument in the next room. Voices muffled but violent through the concrete. A sharp cry, cut off. Then, silence. Later, Jeffrey came in alone, wiping his hands on a rag that was not quite clean. He said nothing. He didn't need to. The first thread of the plan had snapped. Then the police. Not because of Humberto, who was following instructions with the rigid terror of a man trying to defuse a bomb, but because of a traffic camera near the penthouse that had captured a blurry image of a van, and because the doorman, who had been paid to look away, got drunk on his guilt and his extra cash and mumbled something to a patrol. The investigation was a whisper, but it was a whisper in the wrong corridors. A detective came to see Humberto, a weary man with kind eyes and a suit that didn't fit. Humberto, following the script, denied everything. His performance was convincing, born of genuine terror. But the detective left a card on the immaculate console right over the ghost ring left by the strange lipstick. "If you change your mind, Mr. Vega." Benny panicked. The police whisper was a wind that could become a storm. He moved the drop location twice, his messages to Humberto becoming more erratic, laced with profanity and escalating threats. The clean business deal was fraying, and with it, Benny's control. He took his frustration out on the other two accomplices, a pair of brothers named Leo and Mick, who were in far over their heads. He slapped Leo for dropping a tool. He screamed at Mick for breathing too loud. The atmosphere in the plant curdled from tense to toxic. Mariana watched it all from her concrete cell. Her world had shrunk to this. The drip of the pipe, the texture of the stained mattress under her fingertips, the footsteps outside her door, and the hierarchy of her captors. Benny's rage was a storm, predictable in its fury. Jeffrey's quiet menace was the deepening cold after the storm passes. She found herself, in her detached state, anticipating Jeffrey's visits. His perverse fascination was a form of attention, and in this void, attention was a kind of currency. He began to ask her questions. What was it like to be so rich? Was her father cruel? Did she have lovers? She answered in monosyllables at first, then in longer, more controlled sentences. She was crafting a performance for an audience of one. She let him see a crack, not of fear, but of contempt. For her father, for her gilded life, for the weakness that had led her here. It wasn't entirely untrue. The gilded cage of her life had simply been traded for a concrete one. One afternoon, Jeffrey brought her a better blanket. It was still coarse and smelled of mothballs, but it was an offering. "Benny's losing it," he said conversationally as he handed it to her. Their fingers brushed. His were icy. He thinks the old man is playing him. He's talking about sending a message. Mariana's blood turned to ice water. She wrapped the blanket around her shoulders, a pathetic armor. What kind of message? Jeffrey just looked at her, his head tilted. A piece, not a vital one. An ear, maybe. Something that would fit in a small box. He said it like he was discussing the weather. I told him that was stupid. Hurts the value. But Benny, he's an artist. He needs to express himself. In that moment, Mariana made a calculation. Benny was the immediate threat, a rabid dog. Jeffrey was the keeper who might, for his own twisted reasons, keep the dog leashed. She met his gaze and let the frozen dam within her break, just a little. A single tear traced a path through the grime on her cheek. It was not a sob, not a beg. It was a silent, perfect artifact of despair. Jeffrey's eyes tracked it with the intensity of a scientist observing a rare reaction. He reached out, slowly, and with the tip of his finger, caught the tear before it fell from her jawline. He looked at the wetness on his finger, then back at her. A silent transaction was completed in that look. "I'll talk to him," Jeffrey said softly, and he left. He did talk to him. That evening, a furious argument erupted beyond the metal door. Benny's roars, Jeffrey's calm, insistent counterpoints. Something shattered. A promise, or a bottle. The next morning, it was Jeffrey who brought her breakfast. Benny did not look at her for 2 days. The drop was set. Humberto, a ghost of himself moving through his marble mausoleum, had assembled the money. The instructions were labyrinthine. Paranoid, a bus locker, a key taped under a park bench. A midnight drive to a deserted bridge. The police, through their own quiet channels, had caught a whiff of the movement. They couldn't stop the drop without endangering the victim, but they could surveil. They were ghosts in unmarked cars, a drone a speck in the cloudy night sky. At the plant, the final hours were a wire stretched to singing tension. Benny was a caged bull, sweating through his shirt, a pistol tucked into the waistband of his jeans. Leo and Mick were pale, jumping at every noise from the vast, echoing darkness of the treatment plant. Only Jeffrey seemed calm, methodically wiping down surfaces, packing a small duffel bag. His movements were efficient, almost graceful. Mariana was in the main room now, the control room of the dead plant, a space of rusted dials and broken switchboards. She sat on a metal chair, her hands tied in front of her with a plastic zip tie. Benny's idea. "So you can wave goodbye to Daddy when we cut you loose," he'd sneered, but his eyes were wild, unmoored. He was waiting for the call from the man at the bridge, the signal that the money was retrieved. The call came. Benny put it on speaker. A voice, tight with fear. It was Mick's cousin, the last disposable pawn. "It's done. The bag is here. I'm clear. Any tales? Any lights?" Benny barked. "Nothing. It's quiet." Benny's face split into a grotesque grin of triumph. He looked at Mariana, at Jeffrey, at the cowering brothers. "We're golden. We are golden." He pointed a thick finger at Mariana. You get to live. Lucky girl." Then his grin faded, replaced by a sudden, suspicious glare. "But we wait. We wait until our boy is safe. Then we dump her." But the waiting was the poison. The minutes ticked by. "Leo," nerves shredded, "lit a cigarette." Benny snapped at him. "You want to give us away with that glow, you idiot." A muttered apology. The smoke curled in the dim light. A blue ghost. Then a sound. Distant, but unmistakable in the absolute silence of the riverfront. The crunch of gravel under a tire. Not one car. Two. Benny's face went slack with disbelief, then contorted with rage. "Cops," he breathed. It wasn't a question. He whirled on Jeffrey. "You said the channel was clean. You said they wouldn't find this place." Jeffrey didn't flinch. "They followed the money, or your loudmouth friends." His gaze flicked to Leo and Mick. The sound of car doors closing, faint but distinct. Voices. A amplified voice, distorted by a megaphone, echoed through the skeletal structure of the plant. "This is the police. The building is surrounded. Come out with your hands up." Chaos then. A pure, shattering entropy. Benny roared, a wordless sound of betrayal and fury. He yanked the pistol from his waistband. Leo turned to run toward a back exit, and Benny, perhaps thinking he was fleeing, perhaps just needing a target for his rage, fired. The report was catastrophic in the enclosed space. Leo spun and fell, a dark flower blooming on his back. Mick screamed, a high, womanish sound, and fumbled for a knife. Jeffrey moved. It was not the calm movement from before, but a viper's strike. He had a weapon too, a short, ugly blade. He didn't go for the police outside. He went for Benny. The two men collided, a tangle of grunts and snarls, crashing into a metal console. The gun skittered across the floor, coming to rest near Mariana's chair. The world narrowed to that spot on the filthy floor. The pistol, black and oily, lay 3 feet from her bound hands. The shouts of the police were outside, a world away. In here, it was the raw, gasping struggle of two animals, the wet sound of Jeffrey's knife finding home, Benny's choked gurgle. Mick was sobbing, crouched by his brother's bodies. Mariana looked at the gun. She looked at the struggling men. She looked at the door where the police would eventually come through, with their armored vests and their shouted commands. She saw it all with a crystalline, hyper-real clarity. The lipstick stain that was not hers, the shifted painting in the hallway, the ghost ring on the wood, the single tear Jeffrey had captured, the calculations of powerless men, the calculations of a powerless girl. She slid from the chair, her movements silent, deliberate. She shuffled, bound, to the gun. The metal was cold. She had never held one before. It was heavier than she imagined. She turned. Benny was on top of Jeffrey now, his hands around Jeffrey's throat, but his strength was ebbing. A dark stain spreading across his side. Jeffrey's eyes were bulging, his face turning purple, but his gaze found hers. In them, she saw no surprise, no plea, only a kind of awful, expectant recognition. The police bullhorn blared again. "We are entering the building. Throw down your weapons." Mariana raised the gun. It wavered in her bound hands. She did not point it at the door. She did not point it at Benny, who was dying anyway. She pointed it at the space between Jeffrey's desperate, knowing eyes. Perhaps it was to silence the one who knew the performance she had crafted. Perhaps it was to claim a piece of the raw power that had held her captive, to ingest its poison and make it her own. Perhaps it was simply the final logical step in a story that had begun the moment a painting was moved on a wall. The sound of booted feet pounding on metal stairs echoed through the plant, coming closer, a thunderous approach. Her finger found the trigger. It was a cold, small curve of metal. Outside, the river, black and silent, continued its endless flow toward the sea. The city's lights glittered, unmoved. The doorway to the control room remained a rectangle of profound darkness, and from within, the waiting silence deepened, holding its breath for the final, decisive note that would either break it or become a part of it forever. The trigger required a pressure she hadn't anticipated, a firm, deliberate pull. The world did not slow down. It became unbearably sharp. The grain of the pistol grip against her palm, the acrid smell of cordite and blood, the wet rasp of Benny's breathing as he slowly, inevitably, slumped sideways off of Jeffrey. Jeffrey drew in a huge, ragged gasp, his throat freed. His eyes never left hers. They held a question now, and something like admiration. The thunder of the police boots was in the corridor now. Shouted commands. A beam of light slicing the dust. Jeffrey's lips moved. No sound came out, but she read the shape of the words. Do it. Mariana's arms trembled with the weight of the gun. The calculation was complete. To fire was to choose a version of herself that could never go back. To not fire was to surrender to the narrative others would write. The victim, the rescued, the daughter. Humberto's daughter. A flashlight beam pinned her, blinding. Drop the weapon! Drop it now! In that searing light, she made her choice. She let her hands go limp. The pistol clattered to the concrete, a harmless, ugly noise. She raised her bound hands slowly, palms out, a silhouette of surrender. Chaos erupted into the room. Officers in tactical gear swarmed, weapons sweeping. Clear! Clear! Hostage secure! Hands were on her, pulling her up. A blanket was wrapped around her shoulders. She was a prop in their efficient drama. She watched as they surrounded Jeffrey, who offered no resistance, his strange, calm smile returning as they forced him to the ground and cuffed him. Benny was a motionless heap. Leo was clearly dead. Mick was sobbing, being dragged away. A female officer with a kind face was talking to her, cutting the zip tie, checking her for injuries. You're safe now. It's over. You're safe. Mariana nodded, her performance seamless. The trembling she allowed to show was taken for shock. It was, in part. But beneath it, the cold observation continued. She saw the detective with the ill-fitting suit step into the room, his weary eyes taking in the scene, lingering on her face. She saw the forensic people begin their methodical work, placing little numbered cards by the bodies and the weapons. She saw her gun, her brief, heavy possession, being bagged and tagged. It was evidence now. It belonged to the story they would tell. At the hospital, in a private room, Humberto Vego arrived. He looked 10 years older, his impeccable composure shattered. He clutched her, his sobs muffled against her hospital gown. Mariana, my girl, my heart, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. She patted his back, her eyes dry. Over his shoulder, she watched the news on the muted television. Her photo, a society page shot from a charity gala, was next to a grainy image of the water treatment plant. The ticker read, Harris rescued in daring police raid. Kidnappers neutralized. Neutralized. A clinical word. It erased Benny's gurgling breath, Jeffrey's knowing look, the cold weight of the trigger. The detective visited her the next day. He introduced himself as Detective Miller. He asked gentle questions, his notebook mostly closed. She gave him the script. The fear, the confusion, the endless waiting. She described Benny's rages, Jeffrey's quiet menace. She told the truth. She just didn't tell all of it. The gun on the floor, Miller said, his tone casual. When you picked it up, what were you thinking? She met his gaze, her eyes wide and clear. I thought if I had it, they couldn't use it on me. Then the police were coming, and I was afraid they would think I was one of them, so I dropped it. She let a little fragility into her voice. It was so heavy. Miller nodded, his expression unreadable. He believed her. The story was too perfect not to believe. The traumatized heiress, a momentary desperate grasp at defense. She was discharged into a world that saw her as a piece of delicate porcelain, miraculously unbroken. The family publicist managed the narrative. There would be no trial to speak of. Benny was dead. Jeffrey was negotiating a plea. The others were minor players. It was, as the headlines soon declared, closed. A week later, back in the penthouse, Mariana stood before the hallway painting. She reached out and shifted it a fraction of an inch, realigning it perfectly. The ghost ring on the console below was polished away. The order was restored. But that night, in the profound silence of her bedroom, the silence of the concrete box returned to her. Not as a memory of fear, but as a memory of clarity. In that void, her choices had mattered. Her performance had mattered. She had understood the men who held her, and in that understanding, she had held a piece of them. She opened the top drawer of her bedside table. Inside, next to a silk sleep mask, lay a single unused tube of lipstick, a shade called crimson. It was not her color. She had bought it the day after returning home. She picked it up, feeling the sleek metal case. She didn't open it. She just held it, her gaze drifting to the glittering, indifferent galaxy of the city below. The silence in the room was no longer something to be endured. Yes, it was something she owned. It was the silence after the shot that was never fired, a space filled with infinite unspoken potential. She placed the lipstick back in the drawer and closed it softly. The click of the latch was a sound of quiet, absolute finality. The first call from Jeffrey came 2 months later, on a disposable phone she kept in a locked jewelry box. She had expected it, somehow. The connection forged in that control room was a live wire, buried but not cut. His voice was thinner, confined by prison concrete, but the calm, analytical tone was unchanged. They gave me 20 years. I took the deal. No point in a spectacle. Mariana stood on her balcony, the wind pulling at her hair. She said nothing. I thought you should know, he continued. I told them a story about Benny's instability, my mitigating role. I mentioned your composure. It helped. Still, she remained silent, letting the static between them speak. I have a request, Jeffrey said. Not for me, for Leo and Mick's mother. She's lost both sons. A small kindness. Anonymous. It was a test. A thread thrown across the abyss between their two worlds. The gilded and the grim. To pick it up would be an acknowledgement of their shared secret. Of the transaction that ended with her pointed gun and his expectant eyes. Give me the details, she said, her voice flat. He did. A post office box, a name. Then he said, you kept the silence. I appreciate that. It's a rare thing. The line went dead. Mariana looked at the phone, then at the city. She had the power to bury this, to throw the phone into the river and never look back. Instead, she wrote down the information. The next day, a cashier's check for $50,000 was mailed from a downtown branch. No return address. It was not from her. It was from the girl in the concrete room, paying a debt to the only audience who ever truly saw her performance. Detective Miller's visits became less frequent, but they didn't stop. He would call, ostensibly to update her on the case's paperwork, then linger with questions that were too casual. He was a man who listened to silences, and hers, he suspected, held a note that didn't fit the composition. Jeffrey Haynes is settled in at Blackwood Penitentiary, he told her one afternoon over coffee in her father's library. He's a model prisoner, reads a lot, philosophy apparently. Mariana stirred her coffee, the spoon not making a sound against the fine china. That doesn't surprise me. No, Miller said, watching her. It wouldn't. He's an intelligent man. He understood the situation perfectly. He paused. He never changed his story. Not once. Said you were remarkably brave. Said you never broke. He was my captor, she said, meeting his eyes. His opinion means nothing. Of course, Miller nodded. But the doubt was there, a shadow in his weary gaze. He changed the subject, but before he left, he said, that kind of silence after that kind of trauma. It's a heavy thing to carry alone, Miss Vega. After he was gone, she realized the detective, in his own way, was also a captive. Captive to the unanswered question, to the ghost of the story that would not fully reveal itself. She almost felt sorry for him. Her father tried to resume their old life, but the foundation had shifted. He showered her with gifts, with trips, with hollow apologies. He wanted his daughter back, the one from before. He did not see that she was gone. The woman who sat across from him at their silent, exquisite dinners was someone who had learned to speak the language of power in a dialect he could never understand. Her obedience was now a choice, her affection a currency she spent sparingly. One evening, Humberto announced he was selling the penthouse. Too many memories, my dear. A fresh start. Perhaps a villa in Italy. Mariana set down her fork. No. He blinked. No? I'm not leaving. You can go if you wish. I'm staying here. The defiance was quiet, absolute. He saw something in her face then. Something that had not been there before the kidnapping. A cold, settled certainty. He did not argue. The penthouse was transferred into her name. The silence she owned grew. It filled the spacious rooms, not as an emptiness, but as a presence. She began to make changes. She had the concrete walls of her bedroom painted a soft gray. She kept one of the original, stained floorboards from the treatment plant, had it sealed and set into the floor of her new study. A dark, textured square amidst the pale oak. A memento. A foundation. She visited Jeffrey exactly once a year to the day after the raid. She sat across from him in the visitor's room, separated by thick glass. He looked smaller in his prison blues, but his eyes were the same. You came, he said, the phone receiver pressed to his ear. I came to see, she replied. To see what? If the silence was the same in here. He smiled, a thin, genuine curve of his lips. And is it? No. Yours is borrowed. Mine is owned. He nodded, accepting the correction. The mother got the money. She thinks it was from a victim's charity. She wrote a thank you note. I have it. None too. Good. They sat in silence for the rest of the hour, not needing to speak. The understanding was complete. He had given her the key to a certain kind of power. The power of the void, of the calculated performance. And she had used it to build a new self. He was the architect of her transformation, and she was his living masterpiece, walking free in the world. As she stood to leave, he spoke once more. Benny was right, you know. That first day, he said you were a cool one. He saw it before I did. Mariana placed the receiver back in its cradle without a word. She walked out of the prison, into the bland afternoon light. The city air felt different in her lungs. It was no longer the air of a victim, or an heiress, or a daughter. It was her air. She had stepped into the role she had crafted in the darkness. And now, in the blinding light of day, she found it fit perfectly. The performance was over. This was simply who she was. The study with the embedded floorboard became her sanctuary. There, she began to read the books Jeffrey had mentioned. Dense texts on philosophy, on power structures, on the psychology of coercion. She was not seeking absolution, but vocabulary. She needed words for what she now knew. Her father moved to Italy. Their phone calls were brief, cordial, and empty. He sent photographs of sun-drenched vineyards and ancient ruins. She sent back polite, one-line replies. The vast machinery of the Vega fortune still required stewardship, and she found, with a detached curiosity, that she had a mind for it. The board meetings, the negotiations, the cold analysis of risk and reward. It was all just another kind of performance, another system of calculated silences and pointed words. She excelled. Detective Miller retired. He came to see her one last time, not in an official capacity, but as a man closing a file that would never quite satisfy him. He brought her a small potted orchid, something that required careful, consistent attention to bloom. A retirement gift for myself, he said, placing it on her desk. But I'll kill it. You won't. You understand the conditions for growth. She accepted the plant, her fingers brushing the delicate petals. Thank you, Detective. It's just Ben now. He hesitated at the door. The story never added up, you know. Not all the way. The forensics on the gun. Your fingerprints were clear, but the grip was smudged in a way that suggested a very deliberate hold, not a fumble. He watched her, not with accusation, but with a final professional curiosity. I could never make the math work. Mariana met his gaze, her expression a placid lake. Some equations have solutions that exist outside the known numbers. You have to be willing to accept a new variable. He smiled. A tired, genuine smile. I suppose you do. Goodbye, Mariana. Be well. The orchid thrived on the windowsill in her study, its roots clinging to the bark, drawing sustenance from the air itself. She tended it meticulously. The letters from Jeffrey came quarterly, written in a precise, unhurried script on regulation prison paper. They were not love letters, nor confessions. They were dialogues. He commented on the books she mentioned reading, posed ethical puzzles, described the intricate social hierarchy of the prison yard with the detachment of an anthropologist. She wrote back, her own letters cool, analytical, a mirror to his tone. They were two philosophers corresponding across a great divide, their shared crime the foundational text of their discourse. 5 years after the raid, a new variable entered the equation. A journalist, a young woman with a relentless gaze and a reputation for digging, contacted her. She was writing a book about forgotten crimes of the decade, and the Vega kidnapping was a chapter. She had, she claimed, new information. She wanted an interview. Mariana agreed to meet at a neutral location, a quiet members-only club. The journalist, Lydia Shaw, was all sharp angles and eager intensity. She laid out her file. I've been through the police records. I've tracked down Mick, who's out on parole. He's broken, but he talked. He talked about how you were. How calm you were. How calm you were. The trauma manifests in many ways, Mariana said, sipping her tea. It does, Lydia agreed. She leaned forward. But he said something else. He said the day before the raid, he saw you and Jeffrey talking. He said it didn't look like a captive and captor. It looked like a conversation. The silence in the plush, carpeted room was profound. Mariana placed her cup down on its saucer, the china whispering a perfect note. Mick was grieving, terrified, and high most of the time. His perceptions are not reliable. Perhaps, Lydia said. She didn't back down. I also accessed the original evidence logs. A minor discrepancy. The lipstick found at the scene, the one that provided the proof you'd been there for days, its chemical composition matched a batch that wasn't released to stores until a week after you were taken. Mariana felt it then. Not fear, but a sharp, crystalline focus. This was a new kind of silence, one that demanded a new performance. She looked at Lydia Shaw, really looked at her. She saw the ambition, the desire for a truth that would make her career. But beneath it, she saw something more familiar. A calculation. What is it you want, Miss Shaw? Mariana asked, her voice low and even. The truth is a messy, complicated thing. It rarely fits into a book chapter. Sometimes it helps no one. It just destroys. Lydia held her gaze. I want the story. You have a story. The official one. It has a clear victim and clear villains. It's satisfying. It's closed. It's a lie, Lydia stated, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. Mariana smiled. A small, private thing. She reached into her bag and pulled out a plain envelope. She slid it across the table. Open it. Frowning, Lydia did. Inside was a single photograph. It showed Lydia's younger sister, sitting at an outdoor cafe, laughing. The date stamp was from 3 days prior. There was no threat written, no note. None was needed. Lydia's face drained of color. She looked from the photo to Mariana's serene face, and in that moment, she understood. She was not speaking to a victim or an heiress. She was speaking to someone who had learned, in the darkest possible classroom, how to protect a narrative. The cold, assessing gaze that met hers was the same one that had weighed a pistol's worth and in a man's life. The official story is a shelter, Mariana said softly, reclaiming the photograph and slipping it back into the envelope. It protects the innocent. It allows people to move on. You have a promising career, Miss Shaw. Some graves are best left unexcavated. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? The calculation played out behind Lydia's eyes. The cost, the risk, the terrifying, formless power of the woman across from her. She swallowed, her ambition crumbling into a primal, understanding fear. She nodded once, sharply. I think, Lydia said, her voice unsteady, that my source was mistaken. The chemical analysis was probably contaminated. I think that's very likely, Mariana agreed. She stood, leaving cash on the table for the tea. Good luck with your book. I'm sure the other chapters will be fascinating. She walked out into the afternoon, the envelope in her bag. That night, she burned the photograph in her fireplace, watching the edges curl and blacken into nothing. She then wrote a letter to Jeffrey, describing the encounter in detail, analyzing Lydia Shaw's motivations and her ultimate capitulation. She ended it with a line she knew he would appreciate. The silence we keep is not a void. It is a fortress. And today, I reinforced the walls. She mailed it the next morning. The river, as always, continued its silent, dark flow toward the sea. But she no longer felt like something floating on its surface. She was something within its depths, moving with its current, part of its endless, patient, powerful journey. Story 6. The silence was the first thing she noticed. Not a true silence, for the city breathed its usual damp, diesel sigh outside the hotel window. It was the absence of a specific sound, the soft, rhythmic rasp of a man's breathing from the other side of the bed. Carolyn had woken at 4:17 a.m. for 23 years, a habit carved by duty in a body that no longer believed in dreams. For the past 11 mornings, she had woken to that other breath, a counterpoint to her own in the anonymous dark of rented rooms. Now there was only the hum of the minibar and the distant swish of tires on wet asphalt. The space beside her was not just empty. It was a void that seemed to inhale the light from the digital clock. The sheets on his side were cool, smooth, untouched. He had not slept there at all. She rose, a pale ghost in the gloom, and her bare feet found the coarse hotel carpet. She did not turn on the light. Her hand went to the nightstand, not for her service weapon, which lay holstered over the chair, but for the thin file folder. She didn't need to open it. In the faint neon bleed from the sign across the street, she could see in her mind the top photograph. Corey Haines, smiling as if the camera had just told him a delicious private joke. The smile was a weapon. It had disarmed bank tellers, charmed landlords, and for 11 impossible days had clouded the clear lens of her purpose. Deputy United States Marshal Carolyn Voss was not in Portland to share a bed. She was here to bring Corey Haines, escaped convict, armed robber, and charming phantom, back to a concrete cell. Yet here she was, tracing the cold edge of his absence, feeling the hollow where his breath should have been. The chase had begun in the rain-slicked dark of a Nevada highway, his car a dying comet of stolen cash and bad decisions sputtering to a halt on the shoulder. She had approached, her marshal's shield a dull gleam in the downpour, her voice steady and cold as the barrel of her gun. He had stepped out, hands raised, but his eyes held not surrender, but a kind of delighted appraisal, as if she were a rare painting he'd stumbled upon in a thrift store. "Marshal," he'd said, the word curling like smoke in the wet air. "You're a long way from the wood-paneled courtroom. He was supposed to be transported the next morning. He was supposed to be cuffed and sullen. Instead, a fire alarm had screamed. A sprinkler system had drenched a hallway. And in the chaos of soaking uniforms and shouting guards, Corey Haines had simply ceased to be there. He had vanished, and Carolyn had felt a peculiar thrill, a hunter's keen edge, sharpened by the sheer artistry of the escape. She found him 3 days later, not through forensic genius or confidential informants, but because he was sitting at the counter of a diner off I-5, nursing a black coffee and reading the funnies. He looked up as the bell on the door chimed, and his smile was one of genuine, weary welcome. "Took you long enough," he said. "I was starting to feel unloved." He offered no resistance. He simply pushed the sugar dispenser toward her and said, "Sit. The pie's terrible, but the coffee's honest." And she, against every protocol, every shred of professional sense, had sat. He talked. He talked about the silence of the desert at night, the specific weight of a bag of unmarked bills, the sad, hopeful eyes of the minor accomplices he seemed to collect like unfortunate souvenirs. He called them his garden of ineptitude. There was Leon, a nervous man with a sweating problem and a fondness for elaborate plans that involved duct tape and always failed. There was Big Tom, who was neither big nor named Tom, but who could hotwire a car in under 30 seconds and then immediately crash it. They were grotesques, dangerous only in their staggering ability to make bad situations catastrophic. Carolyn listened. She told herself it was interrogation, a psychological play. But she heard the music in his words, a slow, deliberate melody of regret and defiance. He was a storyteller, painting his crimes not as exploits, but as tragedies of error, small human comedies with a soundtrack of sirens. And she, the federal marshal, the embodiment of order, found herself leaning into the rhythm. He never lied to her, not about the important things. He admitted the heists, the escapes, the broken laws. His honesty was more disarming than any fiction. In a cheap motel outside Medford, he had looked at her across the dim space and said, "You're the most real thing I've seen in years, Carolyn. All this," he gestured to the room, the world, his life, "is just set dressing. You're the only true object in the room." And she had felt the cold metal of her handcuffs grow warm. The pursuit became a perverse pilgrimage. They moved north, a tense, intimate caravan of two. He would slip away for hours to tie up loose ends, he said, and she would track him, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, only to find him waiting for her somewhere, having left a trail a child could follow. He was courting her and she was allowing it, all under the vast, silent pretext of the capture to come. Her superiors grew impatient. The net tightened. The authorities, a chorus of buzzing radios and grim faces, were closing in, aware that their star marshal was running a strangely solitary, prolonged operation. And then there was Fred. Fred was no bungling accomplice. Fred was a fact of nature, a violent man of simple hungers and simpler methods. Corey had crossed him on a job years before, a story involving a missing shipment of counterfeit bonds and a double cross that left Fred disfigured and eternally burning with a cold homicidal rage. Fred didn't want money from Corey. He wanted to erase him from the world, slowly. He was the shadow to Carolyn's light, a reminder of the genuine, unromantic evil that lived in Corey's world. Fred's presence turned the waltz into a knife fight. The morning of the silence, Carolyn knew. Corey had gone to meet Fred. Settlement, he'd called it the night before, his fingers tracing the line of her jaw as they lay in the dark. One last piece of business, she had argued, her voice a tense whisper. She had offered the full weight of the United States Marshal Service as a shield. He had laughed, a soft, sad sound. And put you in the middle? My world doesn't get to touch you, Carolyn. Not like that. His kiss had been a promise, or a farewell. She had feigned sleep until he left, then lay awake in the growing void of his absence. Now, dressed in the gray dawn, she moved. She was not Carolyn, the woman who had listened to his stories. She was Marshall Voss, a creature of deduction and momentum. She went to the places he'd mentioned in passing, the safe houses that weren't safe, the friends who were more like fleeting contacts. She found Leon in a flophouse, trembling, his face a mosaic of fresh bruises. "Fred's people," he stammered, his eyes wide with animal fear. "They took him. They said they were going to the place where it started." Carolyn's mind, that cool, clear instrument, sifted through the fragments of Corey's stories. The first big job, the one that made his name and made Fred his enemy. An old, defunct printing press warehouse on the industrial waterfront, a place of rust and echoing emptiness. She called it in. The static-charged radio chatter erupted into life. Backup was mobilizing, a swarm of official vehicles converging. But she was already in her car, driving through the pearlescent morning mist that rose from the river, a lone vessel sailing toward the source of the silence. The warehouse was a cathedral of decay. The smell was of wet rust, rotting paper, and the sharp, coppery scent of old ink. The only sound was the steady plink, plink, plink of water falling from a fractured skylight high above into a black puddle on the concrete floor. And then, a low groan. She followed it, her gun drawn, her footsteps silent. She found him in a pool of gray light, propped against a giant, silent printing press. Corey, Dara. His shirt was dark and wet. His face was pale as moonstone. Fred lay a few feet away, a dark shape in the gloom, very still, a pistol near his outstretched hand. The scene told its own story. A confrontation, a struggle, a final, desperate resolution. Carolyn fell to her knees beside Corey, her hands going to the wound in his side, applying pressure. The warmth of his blood seeped through her fingers. His eyes fluttered open. That smile, weaker now, but still there. "Knew you'd find the place," he whispered. "Good Marshall." "Don't talk," she said, her voice cracking. She fumbled for her radio with her clean hand. He lifted a bloody hand and covered hers, stopping her. "Listen, it's important." Each word was a labor. "Fred, he was going to find you, to get to me. I couldn't let that happen." He coughed, a wet, terrible sound. "The money from the Reno job, it's in a locker at the bus depot. Ticket taped underneath. It's clean. It's yours." She stared at him, uncomprehending. "I don't want your money." "Not for you," he breathed. "For them. Leon, Tom. The garden of ineptitude. They'll just wither without someone. Give it to them. Tell them to be something else." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder, piercing the damp silence of the warehouse. The cavalry was arriving, too late for everything that mattered. Corey's gaze held hers. The charming robber, the storyteller, the man who had made her feel like the only real object in the world, was fading. "You were the chase worth losing for," he said, his voice a thread of sound. "My only true thing." And then, the light in his eyes, that clever, appraising light, simply went out. It didn't dim or fade. It was there, and then it was an absence. His head tilted gently against the cold iron of the press. Carolyn remained kneeling, her hands stained, the sirens screaming at the gates. The authorities flooded in, a storm of boots and shouts and crackling radios. They pulled her back, checked Fred's body, swarmed over Corey. A paramedic tried to examine her, asking if she was hurt. She shook her head, mute. She watched as they zipped the black bag over Corey Haynes' face. over the smile that was now just a memory in the muscles. The report was straightforward. Fugitive Corey Haynes, cornered by criminal associate Frederick Daly, died in an apparent confrontation. Deputy Marshal Voss arrived at the scene and discovered the bodies. A tragic, violent end to a long chase. She was commended for her dedication. There were questions, of course, about the length of the pursuit, the lack of immediate backup, but her record was spotless, her reputation granted. She offered no explanations. The silence she maintained was deeper than the one she had woken to that morning. A week later, alone in her apartment that felt more sterile than any hotel room, she stood before the bathroom mirror. The reflection showed a woman of discipline, of order. Her hair perfectly contained, her face a mask of professional calm, but her eyes held the knowledge. She had not pulled a trigger, but she had loaded the gun. She had listened to his stories, and in listening had woven a narrative that made him more than a quarry, had made him a man worth saving, worth loving. Her pursuit had been a form of collaboration. She had chased him not just to capture him, but to prolong the exquisite tension of the almost had, the nearly caught. She had been an accomplice to her own seduction. She thought of the locker key, now taped to the bottom of her desk drawer. She thought of Leon and Big Tom, those grotesque, dangerous children, waiting for a salvation that would never come from the man who had cared for them. She would find them. She would give them the money. She would become, in that small, secret way, their keeper. The marshal would become the custodian of a dead robber's last wish. Carolyn leaned closer to the mirror, her breath fogging the glass. The woman in the reflection did not look shocked. She looked resigned, acknowledged, complete. She had entered the chase to bring a man to justice. She had ended it by becoming the guardian of his ghost, and in doing so, had found her own role in the story was not as the hero, nor the lover, but as the silent, final witness who understood the cost of the melody. She turned off the light and left the reflection in darkness, carrying the silence with her, a permanent, intimate companion. The bus depot was a monument to transience, smelling of diesel fumes and floor polish. The locker was exactly where he said it would be, a nondescript, gray door among hundreds. The key turned with a soft click. Inside was a single heavy duffel bag, unremarkable and black. She did not open it. She did not need to. She hefted it into the trunk of her car, the weight of it a solid, final truth. Finding Leon was easy. He was in the same flop house, looking more withered, a plant left in a dark corner. When she pushed the duffel bag into his arms, his expression was one of pure terror. "He said you'd come," Leon whispered, his eyes darting. "He said you were the only one who could be trusted." She gave simple, clear instructions. "Take it. Take Tom. Disappear. Be something else." Leon nodded, a frantic bird-like motion, and she left him clutching the bag like a life preserver on a sinking ship. Her next stop was the courthouse, the wood-paneled room Corey had once mocked. She stood before a judge, her posture perfect, her voice steady, and gave her final testimony on the Haynes case. It was a masterpiece of omission, a recitation of facts that formed a picture both accurate and utterly hollow. The gavel fell. The file was closed. That evening she did not go home. She drove to a quiet bar she knew, a place where the light was low and no one asked questions. She ordered a whiskey, neat, and took it to a corner booth. She sat facing the door, a habit ingrained too deep to break. The silence within her was a living thing now, not an absence but a presence. It was the echo of his stories, the memory of his breath in the dark, the weight of the duffel bag in her trunk. It was the knowledge that she had crossed a line not in a moment of passion, but in 1,000 small acquiescences, each one a brick in a wall that now separated her from the woman she had been. A man approached her table. He had a kind face, tired eyes. He was a regular, a salesman maybe, or a teacher. He smiled. A tentative, hopeful thing. "Road day?" he asked, gesturing to her drink. Carolyn looked at him. She saw the loneliness in his shoulders, the desire for connection in his gaze. She could have smiled back. She could have let him sit down. A conversation could have begun, a normal, human thing. For a second, she almost yearned for it, for the simple, uncomplicated script of two strangers finding a moment's solace. But the silence inside her rose, a tide of memory and consequence. It filled her mouth with the taste of rust and blood and cheap motel coffee. It whispered that she was no longer a participant in ordinary scripts. She was a curator of secrets, a warden of ghosts. She offered the man a small, polite shake of her head, a gesture that was neither warm nor cold, but final. "Just finishing up," she said, her voice calm, empty. He nodded, understanding the dismissal, and moved away. Carolyn finished her whiskey, the burn of fleeting warmth in her throat. She left cash on the table and walked out into the night. The city lights blurred in the mist. She would go back to her apartment. She would hang her jacket in the closet, line up her shoes. She would prepare for the next fugitive, the next file, the next chase. She was still an excellent marshal. Perhaps even better now, for she understood the criminal mind with an intimacy that no training could ever provide. She understood the stories they told themselves, the melodies they used to justify the chaos. But she also knew she would never again wake to the sound of a man's breathing in the dark. That particular silence was her permanent assignment. And as she walked to her car, her footsteps measured and sure on the wet pavement, she realized she did not mourn its end. She carried it with her, a companion more faithful than any lover, a testament to the one time her pursuit had led her not to a capture, but to a collision. And in the wreckage she had found a truth about herself that was as unshakable as it was bleak. She was, and always would be, the one who arrived in the aftermath, standing in the gray light, bearing witness to the end of the story. The rain began again as she drove, a fine, cold mist that blurred the windshield and turned the streetlights into smears of gold. It was the same rain as that first night in Nevada, a circle closing. Her apartment was dark when she entered. She did not turn on the lights. She stood by the window, watching the droplets trace paths on the glass. In the morning, the routine reasserted itself with the force of law. The shine on her shoes, the precise part in her hair, the weight of the badge on her belt. The office was a hive of normalcy. A new case file landed on her desk. A bond jumper named Peters. Photograph, last known, associates. She studied it with detached proficiency. He was a small man with anxious eyes, a tax accountant who had made a very bad bet. There would be no artistry here, no haunting melody. It was a simple equation, and she would solve it. Her partner, a young marshal named Jenkins, leaned over the cubicle wall. "Heard you closed the Haynes file. Tough break, but clean." He was trying for camaraderie, for the shared language of the job. "It's closed," Carolyn agreed, her eyes not leaving the photograph of the frightened accountant. "You okay? You were out there a long time on that one." She finally looked up, and whatever Jenkins saw in her face made the casual concern in his own evaporate. "I'm fine," she said, and her tone permitted no further inquiry. He nodded once and retreated. The hunt for Peters was methodical, efficient, doubted. She tracked credit card pings, interviewed a weepy sister, staked out a tired motel on the edge of town. She apprehended him in a laundromat as he was folding a pair of threadbare socks. He cried great heaving sobs of relief and offered no resistance. As she guided him into the back of the cruiser, she felt nothing but the smooth mechanism of duty. It was a perfect, empty operation. Yet, in the quiet moments, the other world bled through. Driving back from the courthouse after Peter's remand, she passed a diner with a flashing coffee cup sign. She didn't slow, but her knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. She heard the echo of a laugh and the sound of a sprinkler system kicking on outside her apartment building. The silence she carried was not passive. It was a vault, and within it, every moment of the chase played on a loop, each viewing revealing a new flaw, a new turning point where she could have, should have, stopped the music. One afternoon, a plain envelope arrived at her office. Interdepartmental mail. No return address. Inside was a single, faded postcard. A picture of the Oregon coast, cliffs against a turbulent sea. On the back, in a cramped, unfamiliar handwriting, were just 2 words. "We're trying." No signature. She held the card by its edges, feeling the cheap paper stuck. She did not smile. She placed it in the center of her desk blotter and looked at it for a long time. Then she picked it up, walked to the shredder in the corner of the room, and fed it into the whirring teeth. The sound was final. The act was not one of destruction, but of completion. The message had been received. The garden was someone else's concern now. That night, she dreamed not of the warehouse, but of the highway. She was driving behind his dying car, watching the glow of its taillights fade in the rain. But in the dream, she never reached him. The road stretched on, black and endless. And she drove forever in that space between the beginning of the chase and its end, suspended in the pure, aching potential of the pursuit. She woke, not with a start, but with a slow, cold clarity. The dream was not a nightmare. It was a memory of a feeling she would never have again. She rose and dressed in the dark. At the office, before the first shift arrived, she opened the bottom drawer of her desk. From beneath a stack of old manuals, she retrieved a single item, the cheap plastic sugar dispenser from the diner where he had waited for her. She had pocketed it that day, a piece of evidence she had never logged. She turned it in her hands, the red plastic dull under the fluorescent lights. Then she dropped it into the trash can beside her desk. It landed with a soft, hollow sound. The day unfolded. Paperwork, a briefing, a meeting about fugitive task force protocols. She spoke when required, her contributions concise and valuable. She was a respected instrument of the law. As she was leaving, the evening shift commander called out to her. "Voss, big case coming down tomorrow. Armed robbery crew. Very slick, very nasty. Your kind of puzzle. You want in?" "In." Carolyn paused at the door, her hand on the frame. She looked back at the commander, at the eager faces of the other marshals gathering for the briefing. The buzz of a new hunt was in the air, a palpable current of professional excitement. It was the life she had chosen, the only life she had left. She met the commander's eye, her own gaze clear and untroubled. "Yes, sir," she said, her voice firm in the quiet room. "I want in." She walked out into the corridor, her footsteps echoing on the polished floor. The next chase was waiting, and she would run it perfectly. A shadow against the light, a silent figure moving through the noise of the world, forever attuned to the quiet that followed the final fading note. The new crew was good. They left a trail of cold electronics and false leads, a pattern of noise designed to frustrate. Carolyn studied the evidence board, her mind mapping the gaps in the noise, the places where silence would pool. She worked late, the coffee in her mug growing cold and bitter. Her focus was absolute, a laser cutting through the static. It was on the third day, tracing a secondary witness, that she felt it. A faint, familiar resonance. The crew had hit a payroll van outside a manufacturing plant. The takings were modest, the method overly complex. It was a performance, a story being told for an audience of one. The primary vehicle, a stolen sedan, was found abandoned 2 miles away, its interior scrupulously clean except for a single item. On the passenger seat lay a paperback novel. It was a dog-eared copy of The Count of Monte Cristo. She picked it up in her gloved hands, the weight of it all wrong. She opened the cover. The pages had been hollowed out, a perfect, empty rectangle cut into the narrative. A message. A joke. A piece of art. Her partner, Jenkins, peered over her shoulder. Strange thing to leave behind. You think it's a signature? Carolyn closed the book, the hollowed core a secret in her hands. It's a distraction, she said, her voice flat. They want us looking for a reader. Look for the man who never finishes a story. She directed the team elsewhere, following the logical, money-based trail. But she kept the book. She placed it on her desk at home, next to the blank television screen. She did not know if it was from him, from someone he had known, someone he had inspired, or if it was just the cruel, random poetry of the criminal world. It didn't matter. The effect was the same. The silence within her now had an echo. The hunt for the new crew intensified. There was a shootout in a parking garage. One marshal was wounded. A suspect was killed. Carolyn cornered the second-in-command in a stairwell, a wiry man with panic in his eyes. She didn't draw her weapon. She simply said his name, and the fight went out of him. He dropped his gun and wept, babbling about the money being gone, about the boss who talked in circles and left them to take the fall. She booked him, processed the paperwork, and went back to her desk. The Monte Cristo book sat there, a silent accusation. She understood now that the chase was not a line with an end. It was a circle, or a spiral, descending. Each fugitive would leave a different artifact, a different fragment of a story that reminded her of the one story that had ended. She would catch them, and in catching them, she would be given another piece of the void he had left behind. The commander praised her cool head in the stairwell. He said she had a gift for ending things without unnecessary violence. She accepted the words with a nod. That night, she drove past the old printing press warehouse. It was slated for demolition. A chain-link fence surrounded it, adorned with bright warning signs. She did not stop. She drove past the bus depot, past the diner with the broken sign. She drove until the city gave way to two-lane blacktop, and then she pulled over onto the gravel shoulder. There was no other traffic. The only sound was the ticking of her engine cooling and the vast, wind-scoured silence of the empty fields. She got out and stood beside the car. The night air cold on her skin. She looked up at the stars, sharp and indifferent in the black dome of the sky. She had thought she was carrying the silence, but here, under the infinite quiet of the universe, she realized she was not carrying it at all. She was standing inside it. It was the element in which she now lived and moved. It was the condition of her life. She got back in the car. She turned the key. The engine rumbled to life, a small, warm sound in the immense dark. She made a U-turn on the empty road, the headlights sweeping across the tall grass. She drove back toward the city, toward the next case, the next file, the next name on the list. The marshal going home to the only place she could ever be home, the endless, echoing pursuit where every captured ghost whispered the name of the one she had let go. The city's glow reappeared on the horizon, a false dawn that promised nothing but more streets, more shadows. She parked in her usual spot, climbed the stairs to her apartment, and for the first time in weeks, she did not pause at the door. The lock turned with a definitive click. Inside, she moved through the rooms without turning on lights, guided by the faint illumination from the street below. She stopped in the center of the living room, standing perfectly still. The apartment was not just quiet, it was curated. Every surface was clear, every object aligned. It was the habitat of someone who had pared life down to function. She realized she had been building this cell for years, long before she ever heard the name Corey Haynes. The chase with him had merely been the first time the walls had become visible. She went to the small, spare bedroom she used as an office. From a locked filing cabinet, personal, not departmental, she removed a plain notebook. It was not a diary. It was a ledger. She opened it to a blank page and wrote a single line, the date and a name. Peters, apprehended. Then, beneath it, she wrote another notation, not for any case file, but for her own silent record. Artifact received. Book hollow. She closed the ledger. The act felt neither cathartic nor damning. It was administrative. It was the maintenance of the silence. Weeks bled into months. The new crew was dismantled, piece by piece. The leader, a man who fancied himself a strategist, was caught trying to board a flight to Caracas. He smirked at her through the one-way glass in the interrogation room, believing he was part of a grand tradition. She felt nothing but a mild professional disdain. He was a copyist, a man who thought crime was about making statements. He didn't understand that the only statement that mattered was the one you left unspoken. Her reputation grew. She was the marshal you called when the trail was cold, when the fugitive was a ghost. She had a preternatural sense for the gaps in a story, the lies a man told himself that were louder than any alarm. Jenkins and the others watched her with a mixture of awe and unease. She never joined them for drinks. She never shared a war story. She was a closed circuit. One Tuesday, a forensic accountant from the Treasury Department was assigned to consult on a complex embezzlement case. His name was Alistair Reed. He was in his late 40s, with sharp eyes and a calm, meticulous manner. They worked side by side for 3 days, parsing financial records. He was brilliant, and he recognized the same cold, surgical intelligence in her. On his last day, he gathered his files and hesitated at her desk. "Marshal Voss," he said, "it's been a privilege. Your mind is a remarkable thing." He paused, choosing his words with the same care he used with numbers. "I know a place that serves a decent single malt. If you ever want to discuss something other than fraud, I'd be grateful for the conversation." The offer was genuine, without presumption. It was the first real bridge extended to her in a long time. She looked at him, at the quiet intelligence in his face, and for a fleeting moment she imagined a different silence. One shared, comfortable, perhaps even warm. But the other silence, her silence, rose like a wall of clear ice. It showed her the inevitable path, the drink, the careful conversation, the gradual, terrifying prospect of letting someone in. They would ask, eventually, about the past. They would see the scars on the furniture of her soul. And she would have to lie, or she would have to speak, and both were impossible. She gave him a small, professional smile, the one that didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Reed, but my work keeps me occupied." You heard the finality. He nodded, a slight dip of his chin that was both acceptance and a faint professional sorrow. "Of course. Good luck, Marshal." After he left, the office felt emptier than usual. She finished her report, the keys of her keyboard the only sound. That night, she walked past the bar with the good single malt. She didn't even look in the window. The seasons turned. Rain gave way to a brittle autumn, then a sharp winter. She bought a new coat, a dark wool that shed water. On a cold, bright morning in January, a notification pinged on her terminal. A routine alert from the National Crime Information Center. A hit on a fingerprint. The print belonged to a man named Leo Garrity, arrested for disorderly conduct in a small town in Washington state. The alias he gave was Thomas Leon. Her breath did not hitch. Her heart did not speed up. She simply opened the file. The booking photo showed an older, thinner man, his eyes wide with a familiar rabbit-like fear. The charge was minor. He'd gotten into a shouting match with a store clerk over a return can of soup. He was alone. She read the report twice. Then she picked up the phone. She called the precinct in that Washington town. She identified herself, her voice cool and authoritative. She asked for the handling officer. "Yeah, we got him," the officer said, his voice crackling with distance and indifference. "Harmless old crank, yelling about promises. You want us to hold him?" Carolyn looked out her window at the gray sky. She thought of a duffel bag, heavy with salvation. She thought of a postcard shredded to dust. She thought of 2 words, "We're trying." "No," she said, her voice clear and steady in the quiet room. "No, you can release him. It's not our guy. False positive on the print. Thank you for your time." She hung up. She placed her hands flat on her desk. She had just obstructed justice. She had lied on an official call. It was a small, specific crime. It felt like the only honest thing she had done in a year. The silence within her shifted. It was no longer an emptiness to be carried. It was a space she had actively chosen and was now actively protecting. She had become more than a witness, more than a custodian. She was an ongoing part of the story, a line in the narrative that continued, unseen, off the page. She would run her chases. She would close her files. And in the spaces between, she would tend to the fragile hidden threads of a story that belonged to no one else. A story whose final note was not an ending, but a sustained, unbroken chord in a key only she could hear. The notification remained on her screen for a full minute before she logged out and erased the search history. The act was methodical. She felt no panic, only a profound and chilling certainty. This was her work now, the true work, conducted in the negative space of her official duties. Leo Garrity, if that was even a fraction of his name, would be free for now. But the system had brushed against him once. It would again. Her intervention was a temporary fix, a finger in a leaking dike. The pressure of the world, with its databases and its cameras and its endless hungry need for resolution, would always be there. Her new task was to become a permanent counter-pressure. She took the embezzlement file, the one Reed had consulted on, and buried herself in its numbers. The concentration was a bomb. Here, the rules were absolute, the paths of guilt and innocence traced in unassailable columns. She lost herself in the logic of it until her eyes burned. When she left the office, the winter air was a slap. She walked, not toward her apartment, but toward the river. The path was deserted, the water a black ribbon under the pier lights. She stopped, her hands deep in the pockets of her new coat, and watched the dark current move. A man was walking a dog along the opposite bank. The animal strained at its leash, chasing some invisible scent along the ground. The man let it pull him along, patient, anchored. Karen watched them until they disappeared into the gloom. That was a different kind of silence, a shared one, yet filled with simple presence, with the rhythm of breath and footfall and trust. She turned away. That was not her path. Her path was here, on this side of the water, in the solitary vigilance. The next morning, a new file landed on her desk. A bail jumper? A dentist who had stabbed his partner over a dispute about porcelain veneers. It was sorted, straightforward, and blessedly free of poetry. She read the details, assembled the known associates, mapped the likely havens. It was a puzzle made of grubby human pieces. Jenkins dropped a coffee on her desk. "Dentist," he said, shaking his head. "Guess even people who fix teeth crack sometimes." She took the coffee. "Thanks." It was a small reciprocation, an acknowledgement of his persistent, clumsy attempts at partnership. He lingered, encouraged. "You think he'll run far?" "No," Carolyn said, opening a map on her screen. "He's a man of routine. He'll seek familiar ground. A sister in Phoenix, a college friend in Denver. He won't last a week." Her prediction proved correct. They picked up the dentist at a luxury spa outside Scottsdale, where he was receiving a hot stone massage. He was indignant, wrapped in a white robe, complaining about the handcuffs chafing his wrists. It was a clean, almost laughable closure. On the flight back, Jenkins chuckled, replaying the arrest. Carolyn offered a thin smile, but her mind was elsewhere. She was thinking of a different kind of familiar ground, of a man with a can of soup in Washington state. She was calculating the next time his name might surface, and how she would be ready to quietly, expertly deflect it. The plane began its descent, the city spreading out below like a circuit board. Each light was a life, a story, a potential file. Her gaze was calm. She had her official hunts, which she would execute with peerless skill. And she had her private, silent one, a vigil over a single fading ember that she would not let the world extinguish. The two would balance, she understood now, for as long as she could maintain her focus. The chase was indeed a circle, but she was no longer just running it. She was the circle, and the silence at its center was the only home she would ever need or deserve. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories, sleep well, stay curious, and I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.